But who remembers what happened last time? Now that we're actually finally playing.
Carnival.
We went
We went to the
spooky,
carnival.
scary carnival. Yep.
Spooky,
We had
scary
a,
carnival.
Spooky, scary skeleton.
We got a fucking little midget join us, separated from parents.
A wee little babby. Are you hell? Oh, that's what's up.
We just got a pick six, didn't we?
We did.
Oh, by
Jesus
fucking
Christ.
Luvu. Fucking
All right.
love Prince Luvu.
But yes, indeed. You ended up sailing across the actual, sort of down the coast, nearly at Yajut Serat, which is a moderately sizable city in Behaz Kumahar. You ran across a carnival. Definitely not your normal carnival. Ha 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 ha. It was a bit weird. It was clearly supernatural in nature somehow, even as far as stuff in, Dungeons and Dragons can be. Essentially it was a carnival that was run by a ringmaster, and this carnival had been created quite, ages ago, ancient times, back whenever Hospedel was still actually in this world. And you've sort of gotten little hints and pieces of the stuff that happened back then, like with the primordial ones and the old gods and, Hospedel, and now you've learned that this was also created. Gabaz al-Gaib was essentially sort of like the ringmaster. He was another one of those wanderers, those things that were created in this world in a time where it was sort of bathed in darkness, only punctuated by the flames of the fire of a dragon god, that sort of thing. That being said, it doesn't really matter that much. That's just interesting lore backstory. You've just kind of run into it. The people there were bound. They had essentially sold themselves into the servitude of the carnival, in perpetuity. However, there was a couple, two relatively young-ish halflings. They weren't babies, but they were certainly young. Sabine and Roramak are... It'd be like, I don't know, someone...
Right?
Yeah, they would be younger, middle-aged, by, halfling standards. By human standards, it'd be like they're, 30 or so. Very young, maybe 30, 35. And they had a relatively older daughter, young Darcy, who was 17. She was not under contract in the actual carnival. She was merely working there along with her parents.
Wasn't it like she just happened to be born?
She was born in the carnival.
Right.
To her parents, Sabine and Roramak, and while they had a contract, she did not.
Right.
And
Are we still at the carnival, or have we left them since now?
You left. Yep.
We left? Okay.
And you essentially, there was some thoughts of maybe fighting the ringmaster and trying to destroy the carnival, but it was implied that you can't really destroy it short of an act of divine intervention or some sort of godhood, because it seems that it had been created by an act of godhood in some way, shape, or form. You could burn it down. It might go away for a little while, but it would always return. You could kill the ringmaster, but there'd always be another ringmaster. There'd always be that sort of thing. That being said, the ringmaster was also sort of bound to the carnival, and he was not completely unwilling to hear you out, and eventually he was willing to take the deal. He was able to let Darcy leave, go on their way, because he agreed she didn't have a contract. They couldn't hold her there. And with some convincing, she did agree to leave. Bit sadly, because she is having to leave her parents behind. And that is, sad, but it is what it is. And so you took her underneath your wing. The ringmaster even just sort of shrugged and waved off what the original deal was. Essentially, you know, we'll pay you. He's like, Carnival's not really here for money. There's a reason they only charge like 2 copper pieces to enter.
They're taking souls.
They do indeed take souls. That was the general idea of it. Is they had, whenever they had people go into the circus tent, they had carionets poke them in the fucking ankle and take their souls, basically. With, you know, well, different sort of carionets. Carionets usually don't just steal souls, they kind of transfer their souls into, like, doll bodies, and they, like, swap souls. These are specialized carionets meant to just sort of take them. But it seemed neat, so. But you saved her. This young, halfling girl, little bit of an acrobat, a little bit of, in a way, like a conman, a carnival barker, upset to leave, but after some convincing, she does return with you to the Skyweaver. And there's not much more else there is to say. It was a interesting diversion, but your path is clear. You continue along the way to Parzula. Like I said, Parzula is quite a bit of distance, so you're obviously going to have some encounters along the way. Is there anything anybody else wants to do before we fast forward in time, heading to the next encounter?
I'm trying to think if there's like anything that we needed to square away. I think we determined that we were like, we did the thing for we did the thing with the Black Dragon, and I was like, hey, did we want to go, you know, talk to Bruce? And everyone was like, nah, fuck that guy.
Nah,
So-
he was a placeholder.
Yeah.
He was a placeholder for something real, a real character.
Exactly.
Sure.
Now you got the real deal, baby.
Oh God.
He was
Back,
literally
bitch.
a third-tier draft pick.
Oh no.
He goes in the bin with Eckhart and Zara Aldin.
Hey, they at least played those characters for like a couple of weeks. I had to play Bruce for like a fucking year.
All right. You can see.
Could I say that in the time that I guess Klaus was not at the carnival doing that shit, could he be working on the dragon stuff that we got? The
Yeah, actually.
yeah.
I want everybody except for Klaus to make an investigation check.
16.
A natural 1.
Nice, Karakor.
Awesome. Off to a good start.
Okay.
Alright, I give Kurako the 10. Or, sorry, what was it? What was
The
it that we had,
6.
Is 6.
Don't
yeah.
waste that me.
Yeah, don't.
I got a 10.
Why not?
Rick, you rolled an intelligence check. Do you have a straight?
Oh, it's generally the same thing.
Oh, okay.
Oh no, I'm sorry. I got 23.
Okay.
There you go.
It does look better.
You
I didn't know I was
Cla-
doing an investigation.
So Klaus, you were working on stuff while they were doing carnival stuff.
Yeah, I would have been like on the ship
Oh boy. With
working on
the only one with a high enough investigation check. Henley, you know that you know about hunting and yields of meat and like how hides and bones. Whenever you come back from the carnival, you see there is a somewhat significantly diminished amount of the Black Dragon's parts. less there. There's definitely still some, and there's still very valuable pieces, but there's some pieces that are just kind of gone. Specifically,
Of its parts or its heart?
parts.
Oh,
You didn't actually harvest its
Yeah.
heart, I don't think.
Yeah, we didn't get the heart.
okay.
Specifically, it looks like its skull was cracked open. It is missing its brain entirely.
It wasn't already bright anyways. It's not any worse off.
But it wasn't using it.
Yeah.
As well as quite a few of the pieces of its like wing bones are gone. Its hide is still intact. It's missing quite a bit of sinew and muscle, but the skull is still there. Mostly actually the valuable stuff is still there, honestly.
Huh. Well, that's odd.
Man, that was not even a close snap. He just yeeted it over his head.
Yeah, my dad just came in here and told me about that.
Hi, Beaver's dad.
But that's just what you see. That's what you notice.
Do I know? Do I have the suspicion that Klaus did it?
I mean,
it's possible.
Whatever. I mean, he's on our side, so
he's gonna walk in there and is like, "What you got there?" Possibly holding a brain. A smoothie.
I mean, he's on our side, so I have no reason to
Yeah,
worry.
it's a smoothie. All right.
Smoothie for the smooth brain.
Whenever you return to the ship, like I said, Nipsey's like, "What? Another stray? Well, the more the merrier."
It's not very nice, Nipsey.
He said the more the merrier.
Yeah, but she also called her a stray.
You said bless your heart.
Wow, you're right. How could I forget that the Southern hospitality?
Well, we got plenty of. She almost says plenty of room, but says, "Well, we've got room."
There is space.
We can find somewhere for her.
Not like she's 10 feet tall.
we can
She should share the room with Reed. He's the one who invited her. They're tiny. They got enough room.
Reed already shares the
Just give
rooms
her a
with
hammock.
you.
No, they share a cot.
Yeah.
Okay, you can cuddle in a cot. She says,
You ever seen that famous video, 2 halflings, 1 cot?
"Don't worry, we'll find somewhere for you. I guess there's
I don't
room.
like that.
We can set up like maybe a cot in my room or something." I was gonna say, you just have to ignore it when Carrington pistons me.
I don't like that either.
Boy, I hate that.
Man.
But she says we'll get you set up until we've got somewhere for you to go. The young halfling is still a bit despondent from her, leaving her family behind. Just quietly nods her head. And just sort of says, "Well, I guess we could always use more halflings on board."
I don't like that.
Yeah, have you ever seen Snowpiercer? Now that the parts of
Yeah.
the ship are going extinct, she's using halflings. She's using halflings.
Oh no. Can't
I'm
you
gonna
get
need you to
rid of
crawl
that?
into the elemental engine.
I don't like that either.
It's fine. Cancer's not gonna develop for at least 10 years, so. But she finds a spot. She sets up a hammock in
Wait.
her room.
Is it the first case of cancer or cancer for this?
It's cancer for whoever basically gets the radiation from the elemental engine.
Bro, don't worry, it's just cancer.
Bro, it's just
Okay.
it's just
Oh, you
a
get to have
tumor.
those sweet echoes like that one guy from the War of Brass and Blood. That
He's
was in
got-
your crew, Rick.
He's got she's got a tumor and she's like, "Remove curse isn't working."
Oh, that's
It's funny, whenever you use reincarnate, you reincarnate her cancer into something else.
No.
Alright, she is
An
quiet.
infinite army.
She is a bit despondent in a way. But she gets settled in as the Sky Weaver lifts into the sky, leaving the garish tents and lights behind. As you sail away, you see a couple of fireworks lift into the sky and burst with a myriad of colors, oranges and purples and blues. And you continue your journey, sailing once again roughly to the south, following the coast for the most part towards Parzula.
The most.
Now, the next days are ones that are pretty mundane. You fall pretty easily into a routine. Travel aboard an airship over this long of a distance is one of routine. You're not really having to ever worry about, like, am I going to be attacked by bandits or monsters or things like that. Because obviously you're up in the sky. What the fuck is going to attack you? Maybe, like, some errant birds?
Flying bears.
Flying bears. At this point, you would just blast them out the sky like it's nothing.
Blast them.
No. Colin, they're magic flying bears. They're like demons.
That's true. It's like someone would have to rip a demon from the warp to attack you to basically challenge you at this point. So it's mostly just very mundane. A lot of sitting around.
Coastal drop bears.
You spend a lot of time in the, like, tavern with Basilicus, as he is happy to pour drinks, and he tells you great tales of his life whenever he was an adventurer before he retired and opened the Rost Mug so long ago. He does some minor rune crafting work. He makes tinkering toys, and over the course of the day, those days, you spend a lot of time, like, training with Adelaide. Darcy eventually does sort of settle in. She finds that she initially listlessly wanders the top deck, trying to find some sort of purpose on the ship. She's an entertainer, not a sailor, that's for sure. And she doesn't know any of these people, any of you. It's hard for her to fit in, essentially.
I'll help her get to know the people here. Or at least I'll get to know her.
Alright. She is, maybe the first or second day afterwards, seeing her walking along the decks, looking over down at the ground some 200 feet below, just the vast expanse of rocks and sands with the occasional scrubby bush. She, is standing there, and whenever you approach, she turns and she does smile slightly. She says, Baron. Nope, not that character, different character. Called you Baron. Joseph Smoke. Wait, no, not that character either. Different character.
Get it?
Don't you just hate when that happens?
Da-na-na. Da-na-na.
I said, my name is Venta.
Venta!
And I go to shake her hand.
She happily takes your hand and squeezes it, smiles at you, and says, I'm afraid I'm not much of a sailor. I've spent most of my time on the ground. Got a lot of traveling, though.
I'm not much of a sailor either. You eventually get used to it. Do you get sick at all on ships?
Oh, not really, actually. We don't always do our traveling just walking. I've been on a couple of boats, and that never really bothered me. I mean, I've done a lot of traveling. From one end of the continent all the way other. I've seen the Genma dynasty and Weitdorf in my short life.
I've seen a lot of cool stuff then.
Amongst other things. I've seen the cool and the cruel, I guess you could say.
What's some of the cool stuff you've seen? Anything interesting?
She sort of thinks, and she says, I've been very briefly to the Genma dynasty. I went to a little village on the other side of the mountain range.
What's it like over there?
It is very green. And the people there are a little bit rigid, I guess you could say, in some regards. I went to a really nice shrine that had a statue bigger than you are, made of pure gold. And it moved.
That's crazy. You said it was bigger than me? There's no way.
She sort of nods and says, "At least," she looks at you, "twice your size."
Good golly.
Miss Molly.
Must have been quite the statue.
So it's actually a statue that was almost 20 feet tall, probably, made of pure gold that moved around. But that's one of the more interesting things I saw, at least. We had a lot of money there, but, well, the ring, the boss, he never cared that much about money. He said it was more about, the people.
It was a fun circus. I had fun while I was there.
Well, that is what it's there for.
Your
Well, except
parents
for,
were
all
excellent
the...
performers.
Hey, well, I mean, that's one of the things it's there for, I guess. But I also spent a bunch of time in Stahlreich Empire. I went to Weissenberg. I remember I did my first trapeze act just outside of Prost.
Hold on, McKenna's showing me something.
But yeah, she's been everywhere, because the circus has been everywhere. Even in her relatively short amount of life, was constantly traveling.
I'd look at her and I'd say, "Your parents are quite the performers. They're really talented. What are they like?"
They were always very kind, but always also worried, in a way, I guess, about me
Worried?
being there.
Oh, you seem fine. Well, I guess.
Well, they didn't want me to be bound by the carnival.
Well, I guess at least they feel a little happier now knowing that you're off to see the world in maybe a different way.
I hope so.
Did you ever have any brothers or sisters?
I mean, not that I know of. What's your passive insight?
My passive insight? What is that? My insight plus my perception?
It's
Or
your
plus-
insight
and
plus
plus
10.
insight?
Insight plus 10.
10.
Yeah, whatever.
10.
yours
I
is.
have just a 10.
There's... Hold on, let me see. Oh, wow. That is a fucking 1 by her.
Oh, okay. Cool.
She seems to be telling the truth, but there's a little bit of something there. She's not sure.
Well, I'll let her open up about that in her own time. I'm not gonna pry too much.
She's definitely not sure. She doesn't really seem like she wants to just come right out and say if there's anything she knows or not, or even what she does know, but she is, at that point she actually, kind of changes the subject, and she sort of says, "So what do you do on the boat?"
Me? Oh, I help out
sick?
with general stuff there. I'm not sick anymore!
It's
I
true.
used to be really sick. But now that I feel better, I help out with the boat, hoist the anchor and such.
Wow, what does he do? She points over at Ito.
Nothing.
Can we
He
put
drinks.
He makes it. He makes everybody sad.
He,
Yeah,
she,
he drinks to make people sad. That's a good way to put it.
I'm in a room shut away and I hear that and go yell nothing.
she goes and she pushes him over the edge. She goes, "Job done.
Oh my god.
Job's
Wow.
done."
Oh my
You're
god.
promoted
you-
to paladin.
Get his token out of here. Deleted.
He left.
Looks like
he
a
left behind
spot
his
soaking up.
crossbow you can use.
Up, he goes over the edge.
Yay!
Or
Looks
the
like a spot
artifact
soaking up.
crossbow.
Karako spits over the edge on
It-
his body.
At least Tommy had the courtesy to say, like, "I don't feel good today." I ain't got shit from Connor.
Not
Hopefully he's
crossbow
dead in
for
a
an hour.
ditch.
Well,
We
probably.
can only dream.
He got punched in the face so hard by a drunk it knocked some teeth in.
Jesus
Wow.
Christ.
All right. But you take her around and you introduce her. You show her, you start off with, Im, who, is, as always, a little bit overly friendly as he often is. He's always sort of poking and prodding for for information about people.
If he tries to prod a little bit, I'm gonna try and be like, okay, let's go. Let's go see someone else.
He seems way too. You pretty quickly start taking your way to see someone else whenever he starts asking like, so what would you have to do to be the ringmaster of this carnival? And
he doesn't want to know that.
You get the feeling that he might not necessarily want to know it, but he could potentially use that for nefarious or good things. Im's a little bit of a wild card. You show him to Lincoln, who is once again, her size. As he says, well, if you ever need a potion or a poison, you know who to come to. And if you ever want to learn anything about alchemy or poison making, well, I'm the guy.
Thanks, I guess.
I mean, that's what Lincoln's there for.
He makes our heroin.
He makes your heroin.
That's
He makes your heroin.
Yeah.
He can make you poisons. He can make you all
Hasn't
sorts
made
of
me
shit.
any heroin. What the fuck?
You gotta go ask him. You still have to. You
Yeah.
still have to pay for it. He just makes it for
Skill
cheap.
issue.
Yes, this is fucking Halloween in the cul-de-sac. No one's handing out drugs for free.
You show her to Vestia, as she insists that she has to give her a Taroko reading. Sort of whips out her cards and spreads them out on the table. As you can see, she slowly flips them upside down, revealing her fate as she says, draw your card and see what your future entails. She draws a card, and Vestia is a seer, but she's also kind of a bit of a hack in some ways. She definitely has divination and the ability to see the future, but she is also still a fortune teller. Doesn't charge her or anything, but she gives her a very vague, sort of general fortune of like, there will be many trials on the path before you, but you will overcome them. That sort of generic sort of thing. As she flips them over, and eventually you send her on the way. I am gonna send you, Max, card.
Send me a card. Me a card.
I'm gonna tell you what card she drew. There you go.
Okay.
He draws the death card and falls off the boat.
Fuck. I can't die to my own illness, but okay, cool. Yeah, let me just die to the fucking gravity.
Might as well.
I mean, yeah, gravity's the ultimate killer.
Fucking universal constants.
All right.
I didn't need a beer.
You show her to, Carrington and Nipsey and introduce them. Carrington sort of lifts his hand and says, Carrington, as Nipsey nods her head. I think he likes you. But then again, he also likes everyone. I programmed it to be super friendly. And Nipsey sort of formally introduces herself. This is my boat. You show her Yondar and Lysanthier are currently working the rigging.
I tell her Nipsey's really helpful. If you ever need something, ask Nipsey. She'll do the best she can.
I can build pretty much anything. Yondar and Lysanthier are working the rigging, that sort of thing. At this point, Yondar's gotten to the point where he actually, he can overtune the engines with magic. Essentially, this weird sort of magitech where he's able to almost plug into the elemental engine to push forward faster. That was part of the magic he's getting. Let's see, you finally or you go to Basilicus and he pours her a nice low alcohol drink. Don't want to.
Sprite.
A Sprite basically. Say I don't.
A gin and Sprite.
Everybody in the ship getting tipsy as he hands her a a blackout style.
Great, she's just dead now.
She's dead now. And finally, you go to Adelaide, who is up on deck. She's been pretty diligently working with Reed and Ito with her training still. It's still something she goes through and she deals with. She's still got quite a ways to go. She's not been learning to do much, but she wields her sword much more comfortably. She wields her authority much more comfortably and that sort of thing. So, she's learning, and you introduce her. I don't know if you say, this is literally the emperor of an entire...
No, I introduced her as Hildy first.
This is the ship slut.
Yep.
That's true. It's
That,
me and her.
which is technically true, yeah. I know, I introduced her as Hildy first. I'm not gonna just, like...
If you ever heard of running a train, wait till you find about flying an airship. That sort of thing.
Well,
Don't
if
do
she
that.
ever
Don't do that. She'll be interested.
If she comes by where I am in like the map area, like I'll tell her if she ever wants somewhere to just like have quiet, it's in here. Just, please keep the door shut.
She nods her head. That might be nice to have a little bit of quiet every now and then. And you show her the animals, I guess.
Yeah.
And the Thrycreen are there as well, tending them. And the Thrycreen can't really talk to her, but they are very friendly nonetheless. As they show her the animals, they even, she's like, oh, I helped feed the animals, and she helps them feed them. She does like the animals quite a bit. Bella and Grop and old Hung and Low, Bitch Tits and Kevin Bacon, Cock Tease and Elizabeth McGovern. Your
I
various.
think you made some of those up.
That's not true. They're on the map.
They're on the map.
I think you made those up.
You can thank Beaver for most of those names.
No, you literally made those up. You sat down, you came up with some names, and you wrote them down. You made them up.
No. Beaver
Do I seem like the type of person that would name your two horses Hung and Low?
Yes.
I think that's offensive.
Spoilers, it was Beaver because he bought all of them.
I did name the hippogriffs Bella and Thorn. So.
Yeah, no, but the other ones, the horses.
I also did. I think I named the pig, one of the pigs, Elizabeth McGovern, because she was in having a baby with Kevin Bacon.
No, what you need to do is you need to rename the pig Piggy Smalls and the cow Moopak.
Yeah. The notorious P.I.G.
There you go.
We can name the cow Mulio.
Too soon. Too soon.
No, it's just right.
But
yeah, I'd say that's just right.
She's very friendly with the animals. She enjoys their company. She's actually very comfortable with them. She seems to be familiar with animal tending as part of the circus. And
well,
if
she does, I definitely tell her, like, look, if you want to do something on the ship, I'm sure me and the others down here could always use another hand.
The Bug Boys, hell yeah. She does like that. She likes tending with the animals, and she's good at it. But beyond that, I think that's everyone on the ship. For some reason, I forgot. There's a Bruce token here. He's in the animal pens.
Yep.
That's where he stays, in the animal pens.
Yep, that's where he needs to belong.
Where he belongs.
He deserves
No,
it.
he left his like mud coffee in there and it just never left.
That's fair.
All right.
There's like a mud statue of Bruce just in the airship forever.
Bruce shows up one day. He's like, "Did you notice I was gone?" Everyone's like, "Oh, no."
Who the fuck are you?
How's that monastery
up,
thing
man?
going?
How you doing, Ben?
All right. But you take him around. You introduce him. She's a little thing, so she doesn't take up that much room. And if you want to, she doesn't have to stay on the airship. She's got prospects. Like I said, the actual ringmaster, like I said, he gave you a pretty decent sum of money. That you can find her lodging, essentially. some place to stay in one of these larger cities like Yajut Serat, but
I say, okay, and I pick her up and I bounce her toss her off the boat.
all right, she lands with a squeal. She lands on Ito, so she's okay.
Oh, thank God.
No, that's not true. He's hard-headed.
That's
We
okay.
can't
It
leave
lands
that
on,
as
right
well.
on his
Ito goes,
dumbass.
I'm fine, and then he hits her and dies. Or she hits him and dies.
Wow, that didn't hurt at all. Like falling
Thanks,
on an
mister.
idiot.
It's like falling on it.
Alright, but you continue sailing along the coast, like I said, falling into a relatively mundane routine of, you know, cleaning, training, sleeping, cleaning, training, sleeping, eating, drinking. Eventually, however, you see that there is a very cool. By this point, the landscape is actually very recognizable to you. This is the very coast you traveled up from. You hail from the deserts of Bayaz Kumlahar, and you probably have been along this coast. You probably know it very well. Well, fuck the Panthers.
They just fucking die.
Sloppy stuff.
Well,
I don't know if you would have sailed out of Bayaz Kumlahar or traveled by foot, but you would definitely have been to this part either way.
I definitely walked the entire way.
So you probably walked up in Bayaz Kumlahar, most of the roads to Stalreich are along the coast. They sort of parallel the coast. Not a lot of settlements really inland in the heart of the desert. They're either along the mountain range or along the coast. And so you would probably have walked this very coast. You do see there is a sort of well-trod road that is clearly well-maintained. You even every now and then will see guards that pass along it. You know that these are typically where you are patrols from Parzula that make sure that the bandits they keep the road free from bandits. To be sure, they also make sure that anybody that is traveling along this road has paid their tolls. Because to follow this road, you have to pay a toll. That is one of the ways that Parzula makes pretty significant money. It charges tolls on merchants and travelers on this road, and of course, that is all in the service of making sure that the road is maintained and kept free of bandits.
Yeah, I've heard you gotta play the troll toll if you want to get in that boy's hole.
It's true.
Yep. That boy's hole is actually what Parzula means in the native dialect.
Vento wants to unlearn this. Is there someone who can like memory wipe him?
I can hit you in the head really hard.
We can push
Jump
you
off the ship with
we can
Ito.
push you off the ship.
No. Never
But
mind.
do I know about how far my hive would be from here?
You can roll a navigator's tools intelligence check with advantage.
Boy, I don't remember how to do that on this fucking...
It should be intelligence proficiency.
Intelligence check
Yep.
with advantage.
Yep.
And then plus proficiency.
Plus your proficiency.
So plus 5. So 24.
You know that your hive, you know, it's still it's a short distance relatively. It's still like maybe 2-3 days away. Because you've passed by Yajut Serat, and you're now heading along the coast towards actually Parzula itself. And you know that it's also located farther inland, maybe 100 miles or so. The Thrycreen hives are not quite so subject to the need for, like, roads and, you know, the sea and ways of navigation. They're much more insular. So they often will live farther inland because they're own little self-contained hives. The only one that you know of was actually that was on the coast and sort of in a way a warning not to be on the coast was there was a hive that was wiped out by humans of Parzula many years ago. It used to be like a husk, a mausoleum, a tomb to the the Thrycreen that were killed in it until a dragon moved into it and started using it as a home.
Fantastic.
Metal.
Is it a bug dragon?
It is not. It's I think a brass dragon.
Oh, is it Burnesh?
No.
Oh, he was bronze, wasn't he?
Bernesh was on a boat.
It is the I believe the brass dragon Escelion. But
well,
he didn't kill them. He just kind of like, oh, it's empty.
They were already dead, and he
Yeah.
just showed up and put himself in
Yeah.
there.
Oh, it's empty here. Fuck it. Why not?
This was free real estate.
Well,
It's free
I
real estate.
go and tell Nipsey this is where we need to go before we go to Parzula, and I show her the easiest route.
She nods her head and she says, "Sure, it'd be nice to have a little to break up the mundane everyday tasks. Maybe meet some more Thrycreen if they're all as interesting as you are."
Well, depends. But
Not really.
my welcome might not be like, super great, but I'm sure they would welcome you guys.
Or the two Thrycreen below deck. They're doing such a good job taking care of the animals.
That is true.
Nipsey doesn't really know their names. She calls them and Kyle, so they mostly understand her when she's talking to them. Although she can't actually like pronounce their actual names.
I mean,
I think that's offensive to them.
it's
Yeah, that
not-
seems mildly racist.
I mean, yes, but also it's not that big of a deal
She-
because it's so common for no one to be able to pronounce her name.
She definitely cannot
Doesn't
speak
make it less
Thrycreen.
racist.
I mean, you like the fact that she's trying in like an endearing way is cute, but like,
Thrycreen is like this. There's like their language is like the clicking of mandibles and stuff like that.
like you literally cannot make those sounds. So she's trying.
She turns inwards, no longer going sort of southwest, but turning mostly west by southwest, and travels inwards. To most of the crew, to most of your companions, this vast expanse of sand and rocks and dunes is an unreadable blank landscape. It is like looking at a piece of blank parchment. But to you, you recognize little gullies, sort of little rock formations. You see a small ravine that many Thrycreen have sheltered in. Something like a little camp just outside of the actual hive itself. It is like it's like going back to an old familiar book. It's like reading The Haunted Ghost for the 30th millionth time. Your favorite Goosebumps book.
That sounds like a personal.
My favorite Goosebumps book isn't that one. It's Welcome to Horrorland.
Sorry, man.
Mine was the plant thingy in the basement.
Yeah. But
I
it's
like the haunted ghost.
it's a familiar thing that is completely foreign and unusual to everyone else except you. And you know, perhaps with growing anticipation, that at any moment over the horizon you'll see that first glimpse of your hive. And after some travel you do. It's tall, sort of round, spherical structure.
Miracle.
Made of sort of this dark, sort of sandstony type material, rising up. You can see it has, it is dotted with all sorts of small, like little holes openings that Thri-kreen are able to move in and out of as they travel through the hive. It looks quite a bit like Tay from the game Riven. That is the large rebel. Tay is the rebel age. It has this sort of strange, sort of circular hive-like looking tree thing. If you know what I'm talking about, nobody played Riven, so
I got like an hour into Riven and I gave up because it hurt my brain.
Because you suck.
My mom likes Riven.
Like
his mom likes Riven.
I like Riven. It's one of my favorite games ever.
It's one of Colin's favorite game ever. You know
that and Camelot Unchained.
Yeah, one of those games is real.
Is it that ball thing?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's like a tree, almost like a tree root that has a giant ball on it.
It vaguely resembles that, except it's made of like sandstone. It doesn't have like glowing windows. It just has these big, like black openings where things can enter and crawl up and through them, and there's like little walkways all around it. However, it looks like there's not a lot going on. You do see a couple of Thri-kreen that are stationed outside several of the openings, and you actually can feel the first feelings of a sensation that you haven't had in a long time as you begin tapping into the hive mind of your hive. You can feel it slightly.
Do I recognize if they see me as a threat currently?
Are you feeling it now, Mr. Krabs?
Roll a wisdom check.
I say they've taken over Alakul, I throw them overboard too.
There is a pervasive feeling of some anxiety that is permeating this hive mind, but you don't know if it's caused by you or if you're inserting it. There is a pervasive feeling of something perhaps wrong, but you don't know if you're the one that's causing it. And it's not like powerful, like there's something mildly wrong. Something just seems a little bit off.
I go and ask my Thri-kreen companions, and I ask them if they feel that too.
Whenever you talk to them, you can see you don't even have to ask them to see they're sort of you can already see they're erect, nervous. I mean, they're erect, like standing upright. They don't have their Thri-kreen dicks poking out their carapaces, but they're like standing upright. You can see they are almost like neurotically it appears to be brushing down the horses. They are clearly on edge too, although they don't seem to know why. They are also getting this sort of pervasive feeling of something's not quite right.
Well, if you get the impression that it's me before I do, let me know. But to be fair, I imagine you would have felt that from me beforehand, just being on the boat.
Yeah. Indeed. They've been around you, and they probably at first were a little bit on edge, but now that they've gotten to know you, it's not really there. This is different.
Okay, well, that's probably good, I hope.
Or really bad.
It might be really bad, but it's better for me so I can even go in without getting attacked.
Yeah.
But yeah. I go and point out to Nipsey, that's it. We're something of a hive mind, so just, if something's wrong, I will let you know.
She nods her head and says, is there like a? I mean, how do we approach this thing? How close is it? How close should I get? Like how? I don't want to make them uncomfortable or anything.
I would stay a little ways out.
Yeah.
Not like super far, so that we can't just like walk
Yeah.
back to the ship if we need to. But
Yeah,
you know.
maybe a half a mile. There's definitely not
Yeah.
like
Yeah.
there's definitely not airship docks here, so it's not like that's something they could even do. So they'll have to be at least a pretty significant way out, anyways. But she does set down maybe a mile or so outside it. Let me make sure I got Klaus, I got Henley, I got
I need to go pee real
Reed,
fast.
I got Alec Cool, I got Venta, I got Karakwa, I got Steinhart's off to the side.
Karakwa.
And then Tommy and Ito are not there. Okay. Alright. Do you want Adelaide to go with you?
Should be fine, mostly, yeah.
Yeah, she's
Yeah.
trained up now, right? She can actually fight.
She can fight.
And she got that belt of giant strength too, so.
It would be good for her to learn about international relations with different peoples.
That
Adelaide,
too.
today we're gonna tell you we're gonna teach you how to talk to bugs. Don't be freaked out, please.
She says, "Trust me. Considering how many seedy brothels I've been in, I know how to deal with a bug."
What was that?
Well,
Heyo.
Okay, please
I
stay.
think these
I
bugs are
take
gonna
it
have
back.
the
She
kind
has
of
to stay.
brothel. I don't think these bugs are gonna have the kind of brothel you're used to.
I've got
Oh, no.
potions of remove disease.
Oh no, she's a bug chaser.
It's true.
Oh no.
I gave AIDS to the entire royal court.
What's going on?
She's
Lazy
gonna
bug
fuck your
chaser.
queen.
Adelaide's coming with us.
I mean, that's absolutely fine. I don't think approaching the queen sexually is a very super great idea, but like,
Why not?
Interesting. Luckily enough, you don't have a queen essentially. You have
No.
a leader that's basically like a priestess or like a prophetess. It's more like more like a holy
yeah,
type
like
figure.
the one that gives you the drink.
She
for
gives
the
you the
visions is
tea.
the
Her
leader.
name is Tildrick Thal in common. And she does speak common actually.
Common core.
She is she was always very stern, honestly. Very no nonsense, which wasn't always a bad thing. There's a time where it wasn't very fun, especially as a young Thrycrane when you wanted to go out and leave the Hive and explore, because that's still, you're still young, and young Thrycrane do sort of similarly foolish things of wanting to, before they take their tea, go out and leave the Hive outside of supervision and the like, but she was always very fair. She had a bunch of like retainers and things like that always seemed to love her. And so whenever you approach, you can feel that this wrong feeling, this hive mind feeling, doesn't get any worse, but it's always kind of there in the back of your mind. But it doesn't ever get any stronger as you approach.
Well, that probably not me. I hope.
Is there anything about the Hive that we should know that you've come up with, or?
What do we need to do? Like, what do we not say?
Well, a lot of people probably
Daniel
won't
Freaky.
speak common, just because they don't leave. There's
Oh my
like no
God.
need for them to speak common.
They never went to school.
I mean, they did go to school. They learn, like, they get taught Thrycrane. So yeah, realistically, very little common. And other than the priestess, I mean, like, it's busy. There's a lot of people working, but there's not like anything in particular. Like, I imagine just like typical Hive type thing. You know what I mean?
Sure.
But yeah, no, You can say whatever because, like, I guarantee you, probably like 90% of the people don't speak common.
Can we? What's the? I'm guessing the queen does, yeah.
She does. Yes.
The priestess does, yeah.
The queen, the priestess.
Yeah,
What's the,
she's the
uh,
leader. Yeah.
What's the right
I've
way
had
to
to-
greet her? Is she hot?
I mean, you can see her right there if you zoom in.
Oh, no,
I'd fuck.
no, she's not.
I mean, more for me.
Hell yeah.
That and pussy.
She doesn't even look like she could eat my head.
She looks like if you threw acid on a geriatric patient.
Well, that's not very nice.
Yeah, that's what Nick is into. You fucking rude ass motherfucker.
Right.
So, are we underground yet, or like we still?
This is you.
It's
This is
not
you.
really underground. It's above ground. It's just made
Well,
of sandstone.
I'll say the picture looks like we're like in like a cave.
I mean, that-
underground.
It-
Yeah, it's
the
'cause,
Hive,
it's like
yeah.
it's like a
I just didn't know if
cave.
that was actually representative of it.
That-
Yeah, it's all made of like sandstone. I imagined it was like dissolved by acid made by the Thryke.
It was. At one time, it was probably a mountain. Or a very large hill of some sort, kind, or like a mesa that has been
Is
dissolved.
this background image AI generated?
It is.
It's very cool. But yeah, the typical greeting, Cody, for her would be just a bow.
Alright.
It's
I
to.
bow for no man.
Well,
Thank
she's
God
not
it's
a
a
man,
woman.
so I've got him.
Damn, you're right.
Oh
she
my
could
God.
be.
I-
If he wanted to be.
I am no man. And then
I can't believe social justice warriors
no
ruined
man
Lord
is
of the
her
Rings.
husband.
I can't believe the woke mob ruined Lord of the Rings. They
That
went back in
fucking woke
time and
scene.
they went back in time and ruined it. Those assholes. The feminists are ruining everything. They're taking over.
It's true.
But yeah, Colin, I don't have anything like particular
That's
other
fine.
than yeah.
Uh,
But as we approach, I make sure to keep my Thrykreen companions with me and close by, so I'm not seen as like a super threat by anyone in particular.
Yeah, we're cool. We're cool. We're cool. We're cool.
Yeah, it's like it's fine. Don't worry about it.
It's fine. It's literally normal for this to happen.
This is normal. Everything's normal. But yeah, you can see there are quite a few, as you get closer, there are quite a few of the Thrykreen that are out, standing, as you would expect, guard and things like that. As you approach, you don't really even have to introduce yourself. They almost seem to, know, essentially.
Yeah.
As you approach, and there's still this pervasive feeling of something is kind of, not quite right, but it doesn't grow, any worse. It doesn't get any, stronger, but it is always there.
Well, I lead everyone to the High Priestess.
All right.
Since they're everyone, I bow at any guards and stuff, but I don't talk to anybody.
You know that generally, as you enter from the bottom level, climbing up just a spire, or a spiraling walkway that has all these just little small tunnels that weave off into the middle of nowhere. Most people would get absolutely lost in here. They would have no clue where the hell to go. And that is indeed probably one of the defenses of the Hive to an intruder, is the fact that they would just get completely turned around in and amongst these very same looking tunnels, but you know it like the back of your hand.
Rockwell looking around the caves. Man, this place is more confusing than a duck's pussy.
It's true.
What?
A crazy corkscrew
Oh, wow.
of nonsense.
Jesus Christ, Cody.
Rick is unaware of the duck pussy.
Yeah, you're right. I've actually
You're
never
pussy?
experienced a duck's pussy, and I intend to keep it that way.
You
You're
know
missing out.
that
All true shapeshift and fuck ducks. That's just
actual
that's part of the rite of passage.
and you have to travel for a long time.
Yeah, I imagine she is like at the top.
She lives at the top. It is called the Atria, and it's one of the few things here that have ornamental openings. That sounds wrong somehow. Most of the entryways are just, tunnels bored into this. You don't have a need for windows. You don't have a need for things like that. The actual meeting hall is one of the few things that has typically actual sunlight streaming in through open roofs and things like that. It's meant to be a meeting place of sorts, not just necessarily for Thrycreen. If you had to meet someone else, like a human or any other kind of race, this is the type of place they'd go, and it's meant to kind of feel a little bit more comfortable. And you make your way up, and as you do so, for the most part, whenever you pass by the Thrycreen, they don't really even acknowledge you. Each one going about their task, their business, shuffling by you. Everyone, give me a perception check.
Oh, thanks for that, Cody.
14.
Thanks for what?
The duck pussy.
Hey, now you know.
The
I'm
Dusk.
pretty sure I
That's
was
a-
lacking.
17.
So I got
That's a diagram I could have not seen.
You were lacking critical knowledge, and now you have it.
I don't think it's that critical. This is not
I-
vital information for my everyday
Well, I know
life.
it's not critical.
like
Most
this.
critical is on YouTube and Twitch.com/TV.
It's
Most
true.
critical.
I know that guy. I know who that is. I wish I made as much money as he did.
Shit.
I wish I was as hot as he was.
Is Moist Critical the modern day most interesting man in the world? Like, what has he not done?
It's pretty interesting. Didn't he buy an amusement park?
He bought a lot of props from it. He didn't buy. I really hoped he would. But I
Yeah.
think it would have been too much money, but he bought a lot of stuff from it.
Open up Moistland.
I want to go to Moistland.
Shit, I'd go to Moistland.
All right. You continue
What?
upwards. You can see Alec Cool. You're definitely the highest perception. You can actually see every now and then. Even though you know the way to go, and you follow it pretty diligently, it's almost like there are occasionally when you pass by an offshoot, like a tunnel that goes deeper into the hive or away from the path. You can see a couple of Thrycreen move to block it, to make sure you don't walk down it, or none of the people you walk with walk down it, at least.
Do I know where those go?
They go deeper into the center of the hive. Right now, you've been following along a pathway that goes up around the outside of it.
Gotcha. So in the centers, I imagine where like the children and stuff would be.
Children, in the center. In the center is by far the most important room. The sort of bowels of the hive. What is the room that is used to grow basically your food, the fungus. Within the dark cool interior, where it's kept moist, that is essentially where you grow all your food, which is what makes you basically completely self-sufficient.
Yeah, fair.
And that
I
is
get it.
kept under pretty tight lock and key for the most part. And so as you make your way up, eventually you do see the darkened tunnels slowly turn light, and you can see what appears to be sunlight beginning to stream in from a walkway as you make yourself into the great meeting hall, the Atria, at the very top of the hive, and you find that this is where is what is essentially, it's not like a throne or anything like it's nothing nearly that grandiose or anything, but there is the seat of the matron, Tildrick Thal, or, well, Tildrick Thal is currently the matron, but obviously it's not, you know, strictly her seat, it's whoever's in charge. It's much like the Hive itself, it has not been carved, it was dissolved. It doesn't have, like, the very straight, formal lines of a throne. It's almost like something dripped down and molded into the vague shape of a chair. It's got a... You're surprised by how many armrests it has. It's like, what the fuck?
I'm not. Everyone else might be.
Yeah, you're not. Everyone
I'm
else is like...
I'm more curious at how many cup holders it has.
They don't. She doesn't need any cup holders. They vomit in each other's mouth, obviously, like ants.
Hot.
Here it is.
What kind of clean
more
is a
like
cup?
Bug's Life or more like ants?
I want Alec, cool. Give
No, it's
me
like ants is depressing.
give me a wisdom check again.
You want everyone or?
Just Alec, cool. He's the only one that can feel this hive mind that's going on.
Just
I
regular
want to feel mine.
Give it to me with. Actually, give it to me with disadvantage.
Well, it's an 11.
Something, it still feels wrong. It's not getting any worse. And you're not sure if they're just nervous about you and they sense something's wrong, but something doesn't feel quite normal. Even so, as you approach, Tildrick Thal rises, and, you can see her mandibles kind of excitedly sort of chip together, which is, you know, the closest thing to a smile that a Thri-kreen can do. And she is an old Thri-kreen, but she still has a very powerful presence within the hive mind. You can feel it as if it were almost this close to her. It's almost like the sun being blocked out by the moon. It's almost like a shadow in the hive mind with how sort of prominent and powerful she is. But she looks down at you, and you can feel that there is a happiness as you can feel her say, almost, "Welcome back, wayward child."
It's good to be back. I'm honestly quite surprised that I'm even welcome.
She sort of
You're not.
hands clack together.
It's like, oh yeah, you're not, but you know.
Howard kill.
Welcome all missing children returning home from grand visions, seeking the truth of their grand visions. And you bring allies, I see. And at this point she starts talking in common, and she says, "You are all welcome within the great hive."
It's good to know.
Wow.
In the
I like creepy edge boys.
words of your people, my name is Tildrick Thal, the matron of the hive. And you are most welcome.
I raise my hand.
Adelaide sort of raises her hand. My name is Hildy, and it is very lovely to meet such an interesting and diverse place.
I nudge her, say it's okay. She's in charge. This will probably be good for the allies that I spoke to you about.
Well, my name is Adelaide von Richten, the Holy Emperor of Stahlreich. Wayward from my home, currently under attack by a interloping force. Very pleasant to meet you. As Tildrick Thal just kind of processes that for a second. Well, Adelaide von Richten, you are quite welcome to be here as well. And you
Can
can
I ask,
Yeah.
I ask her. You said that in our tongue her name is Tildrick Hall. Is that what she calls herself in
That is
our
what she
tongue,
calls
or is
herself
that
in
how she
all.
were named?
That's
Okay,
what
I
she
didn't know
calls
s-
herself in that tongue. In her tongue,
Okay.
it's a series of clicks and things like that.
Well, I wasn't sure if she met some other people who called her that or something like that.
In the common tongue, she is Tildrick Thal.
Okay.
She says, I have very little in the way of hospitality that your kind enjoys. We are a very simple people, dining on fungi and the like. But we do have access to clean, clear, and cold water. Would you be surprised that the Thrycrane don't have a lot of don't really focus? They don't have like great bakeries. They don't really go hunting for like meat or anything like that in the middle of the desert. So
Yeah.
there's not going to be like some sort of grand feast. But she
I can go hunt
welcomes
them
you.
something if they want.
They don't eat. Generally, they mostly just eat their fungi.
Yeah, like I eat other stuff because that's easier for me to get outside of here than the fungi.
Well, now I feel offended. If you just told me you eat fungus, I would have gathered you fungus.
Well, no, I
Fungus
just eat
among
whatever. I eat whatever is easiest, and this is easiest at home. I told Bruce that, and he made like something with fungus at one point.
Yeah, if you never told me that, I would have Oh man, now I feel I should have been more forthcoming. I'm sorry, Alakul.
It's okay.
Just don't ever do it again.
Yeah.
Grown
We just need to get some mushroom stew.
power.
Sorry.
She says, "You've grown powerful in your time away, wayward child. Indeed, I can feel your presence looms nearly as large as mine now."
Is that what I'm feeling is wrong? Is my presence then?
She says, looks at you, and there is something strange about you, but that presence that you feel is the rebels.
Oh, come on.
In the time that you've been gone, there is a separatist group of Thrycrane that have risen amongst the Hive. Their intrusive thoughts permeate. That is what you're feeling.
What are they rebelling against?
They want to be allowed to take a more worldly view and venture well outside the bounds of the Hive before they've ever even taken their tea.
I see. Well. With that, I mean,
They've caused quite a bit of ruckus, attacking people that have strayed too far from other Thrycrane, people that have been wandering the tunnels alone. If they get separated, they'll pull them in. It is a terrible thing. Yes.
Question again. Okay. From my understanding from Alakul, you guys are like connected. So do you feel when one of you dies?
It's not a hive mind like that.
Well, he said that he could feel. He said that he could feel as soon as he could feel everyone else as soon as he got close.
You can feel
right?
a permeation of emotion throughout it. There's no sense of thoughts. They can't read individual thoughts.
So it's like if Alakul killed the Thrycrane next to him, would he not emotionally feel that from like the dread as they die?
No.
Okay.
It's not. You don't. It's not on an individual basis. It's the entire collective has almost like an empathic bond.
I just wasn't sure if
So if one dies,
super strong emotion of being murdered was strong enough for them to feel it.
If
because
one
I can
dies,
imagine
it's probably
feeling
not
you're
a big
murdered.
deal. If one dies,
Okay.
it's not huge.
If it was like a hive burning, absolutely.
If
Okay.
many die, it's different, and that's why you're seeing this general. If like one dude was like out there, you would not feel anything. But if there's enough to cause a feeling of unease throughout the whole hive, then it is, probably a fairly significant number.
Okay. This is-
Do they have
I
a
would-
leader?
You can see she almost sort of twitches. You can see your antenna kind of twitch forward slightly. They do.
Do I know them?
Unfortunately, it is my previously most beloved disciple, my right-hand disciple, Khalees.
I'm assuming I would actually know who that is.
Basically next in line to be the matron whenever Tildrick Thal eventually dies.
Okay. So, do you know where she is?
They have apportioned themselves in the center of the hive. There was a time where we thought perhaps we might be able to force them out using violence, unfortunately, but unfortunately they do have access to at least some of the growing chambers. If we were to try to force them out, they may very well destroy them.
Well, in the current state of the world outside, it could use more assistance. I feel like this small group being allowed to leave isn't worth the trouble they could cause inside if they aren't managed. I can fill you in more detail, but things are quite bad.
Of course, of course. I am surprised that it's been so long for me to come up with such a fine idea. But your friends, they do not suffer from the hive mind. They are essentially, in a way, invisible to Khalees and her followers. If you were to go deal with them, they would not see it coming like they might if I sent many forces after them. You could go deal with them for me. And for the hive. Roll an insight check.
My God.
All of us?
Yeah.
Or Alec Cool?
Alec Cool gets advantage on it.
Oh, the advantage. Ooh, I rolled a 23.
I got a 5. I'm just baffled by these
I got a
bugs.
23, Laura.
Wait, -5 on insight? How?
Oh, you probably got the fucked up character sheet thing, where sometimes it doesn't import the stats right, and you have to like
Yeah.
completely reset.
Yep, you're right. Yep, it did.
I got a 25, Colin.
Something's not right. Something's not adding up. Stuff's not adding up. The way she's talking about going in and dealing with them is something seems off. You cannot put your finger on it, but the mixture of this worrying feeling in the hive, the way she's talking about Tildrick Thal was always stern, but she was never aggressive. Going in and like
Just like murking people.
and murking them down and just dealing with them. The fact that it's her, I mean, Khalees was, basically the closest thing to a best friend that Thrycreen can have, like a daughter in a way. next in line, personally chosen by her. Something seems off.
How long has this been going on?
At this point, nearly 2 months.
How long ago did the in like gameplay terms? How long ago did the other two Thrive Creek join us?
A long time ago,
A
actually.
while ago, yeah.
Longer than 2.
Yeah, way
yeah,
longer.
and
God,
they
it's
had
been
to
like a month.
they had to travel up there to Faust and everything, and that takes a long time as well.
Yeah.
It's been like a month for us just to travel here, right? Or something like that. Like it's been a
been
while.
it's been a while. Like I said,
Yeah.
you're at the point where traveling time, even though you've got even with an airship, is time consuming because you're covering big distances. In fact, I'm gonna go ahead and move it forward. You can, she says, you can see how their rebellion is like sand being thrown in the gears. All it takes is that little... Gracie, no one's here. You're barking at the fucking air. All it takes is that little bit of wrongness to throw everything out of whack.
Well, I will go with my friends and investigate, but I can't promise anything.
All right.
And I'll let you know anything I can when I know anything of note.
That would be most welcome. If there is anything that we can do for you, you need merely but ask. Welcome back, wayward son.
Thank you.
Alright. You can see she looks past you and nods her head towards a pair of Thrycreen guards that stand at attention as she says, take them to the heart, to the bowels of the hive. And they do so. As you they turn to the side, and you can see they allow you to enter into the tunnels. They don't stop you or anything like that, but you do see as they lead you, it's not just 2 that follow. You can quickly see that number grows to maybe a half dozen that walk along the paths with you, leading you deep into the hearts of the hive.
After a while, I ask one of them how far are the rebels in the tunnels.
Says, not too far, don't worry.
And I assume you will not be going.
It would be unwise of us to enter there.
I understand. Well, as soon as we get to a place where you feel uncomfortable, feel free to go, and I should be able to find my way.
Alright. They lead you deep into the heart. It is completely pitch black in here. Anybody that doesn't have dark vision has to basically light a torch, essentially.
I can cast dark vision on everyone that doesn't have it.
Sure, you can cast the old dark vision. Because it is completely pitch black in the heart of the hive.
It lasts 8 hours. I can put it on. Oh, it's just 1 per person. Oh well, fuck them. I'm seeing y'all, Nate.
Fuck you guys. But otherwise, if you don't have dark vision and you don't want to light a torch for some reason, you can just put a hand on the one guy's shoulder, be like,
Yep.
buddy system.
Hold hands.
Regardless, as you descend, like the hive is very large and it has very twisting tunnels. So, despite the fact that it doesn't seem like it should take a long time to get into the middle of this hive, it takes a solid hour to hour and a half of walking through these strange, winding, twisted tunnels, before you can feel, at this point, that the sense of unease is getting stronger now.
Okay. As soon as it starts getting stronger, I go ahead and tell them the guards to leave.
Of course. We can feel it too. It stings like nails or thorns. And
I don't want to attract any attention. So.
I want you to go ahead and roll everyone who can see, if there's anybody that's not, carrying a torch or doesn't have some form of dark vision. Everyone that can possibly see, make a perception check.
Instantly was ready to click that.
Yep, me too.
Same.
Got a 33, Colin.
Yeah, that's fucking good.
You easily see
God damn.
as they turn and start walking down the hallway. It almost looks like maybe a similarly sized party, maybe a half dozen Thrycreen, just sort of jump out silently from two tunnels and start pulling them into the other ones. There's surprisingly very little sound that is made. They grab the guards that escorted you, and they yank them down tunnels.
Okay.
What was that?
Making sure to specify that I'm speaking in common. So, probably rebels, but I'm pretty sure that this is not a very clear-cut situation, so they actually might not be our enemies, so let's not just go in guns blazing, please. Not somebody is in trouble and we'll kill them, but I don't know which side it is yet.
Sad Tolan noises from the distance.
And so I make sure everyone knows. Please no murder yet. And I once that happens, I just wait for a second and see if they approach us.
You wait for a minute, 2 minutes, 5 minutes in the darkness. The silence all around you, it almost seems to press into you. And you wait in the darkness. But after about 5 or so minutes, you can see right in front of you, down this long winding hallway, someone steps into focus. It is a Thrycreen. Name you don't really know. Definitely not Khalees, probably one of the many Thrycreen that live in this hive. They are dirty. You can see he's missing an antenna. It looks like it has been basically ripped off. You can actually see there's still a bit of a wound there, but it is healing. He has what appears to be a short sword, but it doesn't look like any short sword you've ever seen before. It looks almost like a wine corkscrew.
Huh.
And he said, but whenever he walks up to you and looks at you, he says, "Can I see you?"
Yeah. Yes.
That seems to as soon as you say yes, and the curious way you say it, he nods his head and says, "Come with me."
Okay. Well, let's
Does he
go.
mean just him or all of us?
He's
No,
only talking to you.
He's only talking to me?
He's only asked you, "Can I see you?" If the rest of you following, he's fine with that, but
Okay.
you're the
Okay,
only
so I
one
was
he's
asking.
addressing.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yep,
yeah.
that's all I care about.
I ask him as we leave. They're following. Is that fine? I would prefer my friends didn't get left alone.
Can you see them?
I've seen them every day for quite a long time.
That seems fine. He nods his head at that. And he turns. You pass by.
Can I ask Alakul a question? I don't know if he can even answer this.
I mean,
Why would the rebels stay in the hive and not leave?
they might not be able to.
They're in the middle of the hive. They'd have to get out to the outside of the hive.
It's very
Okay.
hard to get out from in here without fighting your way out,
Okay, I just didn't know. Alright, I'm fine.
which is why I really don't want us to have to fight our way out.
Alright.
As you pass down, you see a rather, perhaps disturbing sight, Alakul. Walking down a side tunnel, you see one of the guards that was captured. A rebel Thrycreen is taking one of these corkscrew weapons that they wield and has put it under his chin, and he's slowly digging the corkscrew in beneath his chin.
Why? What is that for? Why is he doing that? I asked the guy that's leading.
It is a long shot, but we've found that 10% of the time we can remove the parasites.
Oh Christ!
But parasites.
What?
Khalees will
Is he speaking
explain.
in common?
No, he's speaking in Thrycreen.
Okay, well,
Okay,
I translate. I translate with the thing when I can. What? Okay. How far is she?
You can see he pauses and he looks at you, and then he looks around the tunnel and he says, and then he looks at your allies and says, "That is not necessary information. We will merely lead you there."
Okay, soon I hope. But let's make haste, please, because if this is a problem, I'd rather deal with it like now.
Of course. They walk, and as you approach, it's not a long walk. It's maybe half an hour or so. You can see at this point you're very openly being followed by many Thrycreen. This is certainly not some little rebel detachment. This is not a handful of people. There's at least enough to give you a significant guard of people that are following you as you approach what appears to be, what you know to be, one of the several fungal chambers, basically. The fungus isn't all grown in like the same chambers. There's like a half dozen of them. And you're led to basically one of the smaller ones. And you can see it has a bioluminescent glow, actually. All the fungus has a faint glow about it. And as you're getting closer, this has like actual like guards on duty. Guards that you can see. Many of them are sort of dirty, quite a bit beat up. They all wield this same sort of strange corkscrew weapon. And they stand at attention. As you approach the actual large entryway, maybe 15, it's probably, the entryway itself is probably only 10 feet high. The fungal chambers themselves are not huge, or at least not tall. For the most part, the fungal chambers are like maybe 8 to 10 feet high, but they are sort of long, but not tall, basically. And you can see, there's been a roughly erected, like, barricade that is guarded by at least a dozen Thrycreen. And as you approach, you can see the one that has been escorting you says, "I am afraid that there are no weapons allowed past this point."
So then
And
she needs
no fire as well.
no fire and no weapon.
No fire, no weapons.
Then I will go alone, but I keep my weapon.
Roll a persuasion check. You don't have disadvantage on this because they're Thrycreen.
It's
so.
a miracle. I'm just regular bad.
Hey, that's a good roll though. He says, he nods his head and says, "I can see you. You may
Do
keep
we
your
hear
weapon."
that?
He's speaking Thrycreen.
No, does Nick tell us that?
I
What I'm asking.
tell them that I have to go alone because they won't allow weapons or fire. And I look at Karakwa and like shrug.
We cannot.
Yo, Can you take Steinhurst?
I don't see why not. It's just a pig.
Yeah. Okay. I'll let Steinhurst go with them.
I'm afraid we cannot risk any damage being done to these fungi.
I understand. It's the food source. I understand.
It is the last remaining food source.
What?
The last remaining untainted food source, that is.
Oh.
Us?
Okay. Well, lead the way. And I use the earring thing, and I'll fill you guys in as I'm talking, and we'll go from there. This is where the food source is, and they can't afford for anyone to damage it because it's all they have left.
That's fair.
They pull the barricades aside, allowing you entryway into the low chamber. And the rest of you watch as Alcool disappears behind it, or Alcool and Steinhurst disappears behind it as they move the barricades back in place. Then they whenever they do it, they cross both of their arms across their chest like bouncers at a club, sort of watching you, making sure you're not doing anything untoward. As you go inside Alcool and find yourself in basically one of the half dozen or so fungal chambers. The chambers themselves are coated with a very fine, almost like a lichen layer across them. It's almost like a carpet of glowing moss, and there's many sections that have little mushrooms that grow up, and they all sort of glow faintly. Towards this, there is a small walkway that leads through the heart of this cavern, so you don't step on any of the fungus itself. Perhaps a bit to your dismay, you can see there's significantly diminished amounts of fungus in here. It looks like they have been eating it faster than it can be replenished, essentially. And so there's a large central area that has been cleared out. There's something almost like a situation room that has been erected at the center of this fungal grove, essentially. There's a table that has what appears to be a layout of the hive, as well as specifically the layout around the other fungal chambers. You can see they've got a tally of men and or Thrycreen that are basically on their side. And standing at the head of this, sitting in a chair basically made of detritus, wood, stone, whatever could be gathered, is a face. It is familiar to you, but you did not know her that well. Khalees was sort of the right hand lady, the right hand man, essentially next in line. She was a lot more, perhaps because she was a lot younger than Tildrick Thal, she was a lot more jovial. in a way. She's
like
a lot
more
friendlier,
progressive.
a lot more progressive generally.
Okay, well, I give her a pretty steep bow, but then I need someone to explain to me what's going on pretty clearly and
She stands and
not in a disturbing manner. Like
she says, "Can I see you?"
you can always see me.
Oh well. And she rises to her feet. Things are truly dire, I'm afraid. But it is welcome to have another fighter, another ally on our side.
What's with the "can I see you" thing? That's not something that we did before.
She nods her head. Come, look at the map with me, as she sort of motions for you to walk over.
All right. Well,
She rather direly motions at the map. She kind of just brushes off your question initially, as she motions towards the map. Currently, 4 of the 6 fungal chambers are infected by a parasite. And she sort of motions to them on the map. That parasite, this, as far as we can tell, mold, has infected the fungi, and anyone that eats fungi from these chambers is changed. They are
okay.
not themselves.
Okay. Do you know why this happened?
She shakes her head. I'm not sure exactly. But she sort of points to the largest chamber and says, but I believe it started here. But we haven't been able to get in to see it or find out anything. If there's
Okay.
an answer, that is where it would be.
And
I have to
where
go pee really bad.
okay.
I gotta go pee. I gotta go pee.
Go pee.
Alright, I have successfully peed, though.
The recording.
Yes.
Recording the pee.
That's a sound that permeates all. But she says, but she's motioned that, only 2, apparently, there is some sort of mold or something, something, she suspects is mold, has infected several of the fungal chambers. Eating the fungus now, apparently grows some sort of mold or parasite in your mind. You know how, like, those wasps will be taken over by molds and things like that?
Yeah.
Basically turning to kind of like zombies or things to do their will. That's basically what's happening in your hive right now.
Right this second.
Khalees does not know why. She kind of knows where it started, but she doesn't know why it started. And that is kind of what's going on in your hive. Currently there is a resistance to avoid basically being assimilated, essentially. Basically, they can essentially, Khalees is able to tell you that any rebel Thrycreen that is captured is basically force-fed this fungus to basically turn them. But the interesting thing is, she explains why they ask, can I see you? Is that this fungus it's not like some mindless parasite. It does have some sort of sentience, or it retains some sort of weird sentience. It just infects them, and it encourages the thrycreen to basically can spread the fungus. That's what it's all about. If you're not infected, we're gonna capture you and spread the fungus. And it could very well spread outside the hive. You never know. But currently it's isolated to the hive. But the reason they're like, can I see you? Is because something about this sentience views itself as above non-infected people. So if you ask if a non-infected person asks an infected person, can I see you? There's much like the thrycreen hive mind, or perhaps because of the thrycreen hive mind, how it's interacting with it. Whenever they ask, can I see you, an infected person would say no, because they don't view themselves as the same species, and you cannot see them. You're beneath them. You don't deserve to see them.
God.
Pretty fucking brutal.
So by you saying yes, straight out, that's telling them you're not infected because you don't have this sort of weird thing, this weird interaction of the fungus in your head, the parasite in your head.
Second, how long has this been going on?
I couldn't pinpoint the exact date, but it has to be about 2 months or so.
Okay. Well, at least it told me the same thing then.
It could have been longer, just more insidious with, more infiltrating one into at a time before it reached a critical amount to take over the majority of the hive, or a significant portion of it. I'd say at least half the hive is infected.
And could you, why didn't it try and infect me, do you think?
I think it saw you as an opportunity to deal with us. If you came down here and killed us, it wouldn't be able to infect us, but we wouldn't be opposing it either. Trying to capture people, stop people from eating the infected fungi, maintaining a clean source of food.
Yeah, well,
I think it saw you as a means to an end, hopefully, and afterwards they could try to infect you, if you survived. It is not stupid. It is as smart as anything. It was. I was basically, whenever you were talking to Childrick Thal, I was constantly rolling deception checks. Versus your passive insight, and she has really good. They have really good deception, and they have advantage on it. So.
Yeah. So, do you know if there's a cure?
I'm afraid not. We've been able to remove portions of the fungus, but it is dangerous and painful and, for the most part, very rarely effective. If there was some magical means to do it, I'm afraid it's beyond my magical understanding. It is important to say, like, at this point, your party would be far more magically advanced than most people, including the Hive, except maybe Tildrick Thal. She'd be up there, but everyone else, you're well surpassed what they can do magically.
Have you been able to capture any alive, or are you just killing them?
Well, we generally try to remove it via the forceful means, and if that doesn't succeed, they die. But we do have a few that are captured alive. Those guards have not all been dealt with.
Okay. I tell them if you would, my friend out there, the lizard, his name is Karakwa.
Yep.
He's really good at it too.
He's probably our best option right now of seeing if we can get rid of it. And I put my fingers to the earpiece and I say, Karakwa, I think
Don't
some
be
guards
pussy.
might come and lead you to some of the uh, guards that let us down here. They're okay. I go ahead and fill everyone in. They're infected with some sort of
Fungus.
parasite
Among Us.
of sorts.
Fungus among us.
A parasitic fungus, maybe, but
yeah,
a parasite
a parasitic
nonetheless.
fungus, yeah.
But if you could see if Greater Restoration or something could get rid of it.
A parasite. If this is a living creature, I don't know what good it will do, but I can try for sure.
And I now on my end, what do you know of what's going on outside of the hive?
Well, Beaver, Panthers suck.
Oh,
Gas.
Gas.
fucking lose.
It's not going
What
great.
they do?
It looks like an interception returned
damn it.
almost for a pick six. They didn't quite make it there, but it's first and goal. Interception
Oh,
returned
boy.
for first and goal. The problem is Baker Mayfield is fucking short.
How tall is he?
Not very. He's
Well,
to be a
it's-
quarterback.
it's
You
not
gotta be
even
like
that.
6'5".
Well, no, it's not even that. It's the fact that he fucking stares down his receivers all day long. So,
But
like,
The ball.
you only have to, like, be aware of where he's looking.
Arizona's offensive line, they like tipped the ball. They were able to reach up and tip the ball, jump up and tip the ball. But that doesn't matter. We know the Panthers suck. I'm rooting for the Buffalo Football Bills this year, so.
I'll be right back.
Me too.
Could what were you asking about outside the hive?
Yeah, what she knows of the goings on outside of the hive.
She actually knows a fairly significant amount. At least for the most part. Surprisingly enough, more than you suspected. She knows that there are troubles in Stahlreich. She does not know the specifics of it, but she knows this because there is some truth to what Tildrick Thal said. She has Khalees has been more interested in having Thrycreen kind of going out a little bit more into the world. It is normal for Thrycreen to go out after they've had their tea to see what their vision gives them. Khalees has been kind of trying to send them out more to learn more about the world. She thinks that if they go out and get a little experience under their belts before they like actually have the tea, that can help them deal with the trauma, because taking the tea is generally a traumatic experience. It is a poison, but also help them afterwards to know what they're supposed to do. A huge portion of going out into the world after drinking the tea and trying to figure out what these visions mean is just trying to figure out, what the fuck do I even do in the world? Like, what is a city? Most Thrycreen don't know what a fucking only have a vague idea of what a city is. They've never been to one.
Yeah.
So she's been sending them more out into that, and because she's been sending these younger Thrycreen out to kind of find out more, whenever they come back, she hears more about the world, including what's going on in Stahlreich, because this has now been well over 2 months since stuff has started popping off in Stahlreich, so she does have ideas. Not specifics, but ideas.
Well, we really need as many people to be on our side as possible. So whatever we do, we need to not. I would like to do this with as little bloodshed as possible.
If
I'm willing to sacrifice Ito to make this happen. Will that satisfy these people?
Yes.
Yeah, the fungus just crawls out of the
yeah.
people's like, all right,
I
we're
mean,
done.
I'm
So,
pretty sure you're
the
willing
fungus-
to sacrifice Ito for a sandwich.
The fungus all leaves the Thrycreen and infects Ito, like all of it.
Nothing changes at that point.
And it basically the fungus crawls into him and it warps him into a disgusting, warped, fucked up flesh abomination that looks like Connor does in real life. So
A pedophile named Philip. I'm sorry, that wasn't.
But
nice.
she says, if we can get out, I've been worried about the other hives. I would like to, if we can get into contact with them, I'm sure they'd be willing to help.
Question: how many other hives are there?
Do you have a number, or do you want me to tell them the number?
Like, is there like, are they
I didn't
all
have
over-
a number.
Just like here, like other colonies.
There
I
are
imagine there were many more, but like not like thousands or anything.
there are 11 great hives. The great hives are each home to more than and you have one of the great hives. The great hives are home to more than 5,000 Thrycreen. There are more than 5,000 Thrycreen that live in your hive. There are
like big cities.
there are lesser hives of maybe a couple hundred. They live like in the heart of the desert, like the part where nobody would ever want to live. Those are where the lesser hives live. Understandably, because even though they grow their own food in the middle of the desert, even within a self-contained structure, it is hard living,
Yeah.
So there's less than 1 million Thrycreen in the world then?
There are definitely less than 1 million Thrycreen in the world.
So it's is this like the biggest one or one of the biggest?
It is one of the
ones,
biggest
or-
ones. There used to be, like I said, there used to be a dozen. One was wiped out by people. That is now home
The
to
white
a
man
dragon's
came.
den. I mean, basically, yeah.
Oh. Great.
Just add that to White Guild.
But the great hives have at least 5,000. They could very well. Your hive could have anywhere between, 5,000 and maybe 20,000. But Thrycreen are not that wildly common. There's definitely less than 1 million Thrycreen in the world, because they're also isolated to Bayaz Kum Lahar for the most part.
Yeah.
I still figure there are more than 1 million of them.
Definitely not.
Well, do you have a plan of sorts?
She sort of she actually kind of shakes her head. She doesn't know what to do. She knows she does. They know that they don't want to be infected and they're fighting against it, but they don't know how to fix it. You might, but then again, that might be what your party is for. Like I said, you're all significantly stronger than pretty much every Thrycreen in this hive, except for maybe Tildrickthal. Because, like I said, you're at this point like epic level heroes.
Yeah.
We're level 14. That's tier 4.
I mean, you're level 14, so you're in tier
15.
3, which is you're level 15, which is in fucking. So you'd be world-saving heroes.
Well, like I said, I don't know if Greater Restoration would work because it's a living thing that's infecting the people. It's not like it's a,
Well, you
but
could.
it's worth a try. I will
Kill the
definitely try.
parasite.
Cool.
It
Maybe.
might not do anything to kill the parasite, but I mean, it might like expel the parasite.
Maybe.
It'll live outside
Maybe
the
if you'll.
host, but-
I mean, if Alakul speak for you, maybe they'll let you in to do some testing.
I can. I'd be
yeah.
willing to cooperate, whatever they need. I'll
Yeah,
put
yeah.
my fucking mask on if I have to.
Yeah. No, I let them know. Like if we could get that going to try and figure out if we can cure it.
No
Would
fire,
it be better for
no
Would it be better for
weapons.
one of them to come out here or me to go in there?
Probably you to come in here. So no fire stuff, and
Alright.
preferably no weapons.
That's
either.
another Baker Mayfield throw tipped by the offensive line because he's too short to throw it over him.
No, he's
That's gonna be
staring
a
him down.
problem. I kind of have like my totem thing. That's my way of channeling magic.
I don't think the totem counts. I think it's more like literally
Torch it.
don't bring a torch.
Yeah, if you
And
if
then-
I mean
If you don't use it,
if you don't bring out your totem, you know,
It'll be fine. I'll
Yeah,
keep it
bat
fun.
down on 4th down.
like the actual totem around your
Jesus
neck, they
Christ.
probably would not really care.
Okay. Well, I will venture in. I have my dark vision still. So.
And I ask her, like, you know what I am, right?
She sort of shakes her head slightly and she says, I'm afraid I don't sense anything above the turmoil of the Hive right now. Which,
Okay.
in a way, is understandable. You're just one Thrycrane.
Yeah.
But you are you are seeing just how fucked up, like, a little bit of sand thrown into the gears of the Hive mind can do.
I mean, that definitely feels like a lot of bit of sand.
Yeah, but you're definitely getting the idea of what, like, what
A group of
happens
people, yeah.
whenever there's a hive mind and some stuff starts getting fucky in it.
Yeah.
Like
Well-
I said, it definitely is a case of, even though she can't tell, you don't feel like you could ever come back to the hive mind because you would be that little bit of grit in the gears.
Yeah. Well, I let her know. It's like I'm undead. I have received a gift of vampirism in an effort to save mostly our people, but then, you know, in the world, the greater world in general. But
Are you going to try to turn us into vampires or over to undead?
no.
Then you're a far
same-
sight better than these parasites.
The same offer stands as the ones that were traveling with me. If you would receive the gift and ask for it, then I will. If not, I will not.
I would rather decline, but I will not stop
Understandable.
any others should they want to. But if you help us, we will know that you're an ally and aid you in any way that we can.
Okay. Well, I go back and I tell everyone the general situation while Karak was going to do Healy stuff.
Healy wheelie.
Would you believe that shit's fucked up?
Yeah. Just blanket is fucked up.
I believe it.
Seems like it's pretty bad.
They could be worse, definitely, but you know,
Could be better.
definitely could be better.
Alright, Croc, will you go in?
I'm guessing this is dismal looking.
Say what?
I'm guessing this is dismal looking.
It's rough. It's bad. And you are, even without any kind of, like, you're not allowed, I mean, they'd probably let you have your staff still, maybe. But any sort of, like, thing that looks like a weapon, they would remove.
Goodbye,
What about the
Goodbye.
Kraken tentacle? That is just a
Dagger.
tentacle.
They'd probably
Goodbye, my
remove
other
that
things.
too.
Okay.
But even so, even seemingly unarmed, you're like flanked by a half dozen Thrycrane. If you do anything like fucky, they're gonna attack you. But realistically, you could probably take a half dozen Thrycrane because of your level. But you know how it is. They're still like, I'm keeping an eye on you.
That's fair. I'm not here to cause no trouble. I don't want no trouble. I'm just Jackie Chan.
There are 4, and they do bring in the 4 of the guards that were previously followed you. As they struggle, they sort of present them to you, so you're able to like examine them. They also have what appears to be, they're kept really isolated. They take you and them into basically not. They do not let you go or them go into the fungal room. They will
Fair.
not let you go into the fungal room. They will not let them go into the fungal room. But they do bring you to a nearby room, like a nearby offshoot tunnel, to let you examine them thoroughly, under guard. Basically, keep an eye on you. What would you like to do?
First, I kind of curse myself under my breath. Really wish Gershwin were here. She might know more about this than me.
Can you go back into the fucking swamp and unfuck her up? Oh my god! Oh my god! Carolina! You're not gonna win! But...
Oh yeah, no, they fucked that one up. They allowed that touchdown.
Alright, but, she's unfortunately, you know, bark person. Much like Dillamond.
Great, but examining them over, like, what is it that stands out from one who's infected and one who's not? Is it anything visible at all?
Roll a perception check.
I'm not at the computer, but I have a plus 10 bonus to perception.
That's okay, I can bring up your character sheet and roll your perception.
Woohoo!
You know why I can do that?
Because you paid $50 for Foundry.
I guess that's true. Actually, I was gonna say that's not true, but then I guess that is true. I only paid $35 for Foundry. It was on sale for like Black Friday. All right,
I
How
mean,
much
that's
was
a good deal.
How much was it?
35.
That's not bad at all, honestly.
No, it's
For
not.
how cool it is.
Considering
how-
considering it was a $5 subscription to Roll20 per month.
Yeah, fuck that.
And it's already been well over 7 months since we've been using
Yeah,
Foundry.
It's already paid. This is just better than Roll20.
Also, yes, it is.
Yeah.
You don't see any outward physical difference at all. They look the exact
Okay.
same as every other Thrycreen.
Okay.
And you don't even
these guards.
you don't catch anything
Sorry.
in how they act either. They're not like twitchy or anything like that. They look like a Thrycreen to you.
If any of these guards speak Common or anything besides Thrycreen, I don't know what they speak. I'll ask them. What is it that makes them differ from others? Like, how is it that you can? Because I wasn't in there for that, but I'll ask that. Like, how is it that you can tell that someone is infected? I wasn't in there for the explanation, so I heard it. You telling Nick. I think that was when he was in that room by himself. So
Yeah. It is indeed hard to tell them, but luckily, one of them does speak Common. A very young one, actually. Probably, he's smaller than the rest. Likely one of the young ones that Khalees actually sent out into the world to experience has managed to learn some Common. It's very broken, but he is able to explain to you exactly, like, what it is, basically, that Khalees told, Alec Cool. Like I said, it is part of the things that makes it so insidious is how hard it is to detect, in a way.
okay. Then to start, I'm gonna cast a detect magic spell just to see if I can see any kind of magical, any sort of magical auras or anything magic about it, I guess.
Nothing pings off. It is not magical in nature. It is purely a natural thing. It is indeed.
Okay.
It's definitely a natural fungus, essentially.
Sure, but I had to scratch it off the list.
But you do pretty well scratch it off the list. That does tell you a lot. You couldn't, like, dispel magic on it or something.
Sure. I would assume that there's clerics and priests here that would easily have access to a lesser restoration.
Probably, yes. They probably do
So
have at least access to that.
I would go ahead and try to use it, a greater restoration. I'll pull out a small diamond that I have in a pouch, and concentrating the magic with it. use it as the focus to go over one of the infected person's body to try to clean.
Unfortunately, lesser restoration does not do
Greater.
anything. Greater restoration. Greater restoration. Actually, give me an Arcana check, real fast.
You have to do that for me.
I can do that for you.
I think it's a +6.
I just gotta attributes Arcana. Okay. Pretty
What
good
I
roll.
roll.
Pretty good roll. You rolled a 12, so 17. That's not bad.
Not bad. Not bad.
The greater restoration itself does not cure him, but with that high of a roll, you do learn a little bit about what you're doing. Just sort of examining while you're doing it. You, much like you said, the fungus itself is a natural thing. It is a living thing. It is a plant, and while the greater restoration works, you suspect, actually, there is something that will work.
What is that?
Blight or Wither and Bloom, specifically Wither of the Wither and Bloom. It is a plant that can be destroyed. It is a fungus. It's categorized as a plant.
Okay.
So greater restoration. So it's actually a lesser spell that will work than greater restoration, but
So
it's
specifically a blight or wither and bloom.
Blight
spell.
or Wither and
Will
Bloom
destroy
will
the
work,
plant.
and it will specifically destroy a plant.
Can't believe I didn't think of that. I'm still so caught up on the idea of the fungus as being inherently different. I
Right.
still have much to learn.
At the end of the day, it does fall into the category of plant.
I do not have either of those spells prepared.
You don't, but
But-
I
But-
do.
I let this go to Alakul. I tell him that I looked it over. It is not anything magical at all whatsoever. It's purely natural. Being that it is, that this fungus is essentially a living plant. That a wither spell, or that withering from a wither or bloom spell, will actually destroy the fungus inside of the body.
Good.
Did you catch that?
Yes.
Okay,
Good.
cool. I'm getting
Um,
like a little bit away from the phone. Sorry.
I definitely made it both of those spells because I know Karakwa does have access to Wither and Bloom, so he can get it from his
Very much.
staff.
I'd have to
So
rest I'd have to rest and be careful. Yeah.
he'd have to like rest for some time.
Yeah.
And preparations to test it.
McCaffrey touchdown.
All right. Well, I guess I go in there, Colin, and I cast Wither and Bloom.
All right.
So 10-foot sphere.
I know. Like I would say, I know technically, like it's like that's not really how Wither and Bloom is like meant to work, but
Yeah.
thematically,
I think it is a definitely creative use of the spell. I like it.
thematically, I like it. The idea of it moving with white as you are able to, wither, basically, cause the plant in it to, or the fungus in it to wither away in a 10-foot cube, as you are able to cast the spell, and it
Yeah.
works.
Let's get some people Congo lined up and start going.
It does indeed work. As you reach out, you what class? Since I know you've got a lot of multi classes, which class do you get the Wither and Bloom from? So that's just
Druid.
that's just to describe sort of how you're feeling it.
Yeah. It's the Druid part for the stars.
Okay. You can feel almost like emanations of life and nature from all around you. Almost life energy from the nearby fungus, life energy from the rock around you that has been molded into this hive, the air, the essence, and you're able to concentrate that in an area, and almost you can see in the Thrycreens' heads as if a glow from this parasitic fungus, like a tumor, sort of growing in them, spreading out through their brains, and slowly, as you take these these natural magics from around you, from your home, you almost pour them into the minds of these Thrycreen, and you see that light begins to shrink as you burn the fungus away. And it does not appear to be a pleasant experience. You immediately are assaulted by faint hints of pain, even though it's not many of them. All of them, the 4 of them together, because you can fit the 4 of them into a 10-foot sphere, sort of thrash and move about, and you can feel like a little pinprick of their pain. But it doesn't last for very long. And after a moment, they collapse on the ground, sort of on their hands and knees, breathing heavily, but you no longer see any of that fungus within them. And they sort of look up at you almost confused, almost unaware of how they got here. As one of them says, "Where am I?"
You are in a safe space.
Snowflake.
You damn liberals in your safe spaces! He gets up and stabs you.
Why is it?
We only helped Alex Jones. No.
Well, I have Wither and Bloom prepared on D&D Beyond, but it didn't like import correctly, I guess.
I don't think I've imported anyone's character for a while, so.
I mean, like I just tried to do it again, and it imported. It just didn't add the thing.
That's wrong.
But I mean, it's a 2nd level spell. Oh, okay, never mind. There it is.
I just hit the import, so.
Okay.
So it's finishing. It's all the importation. So I guess I should import everybody since I went from the MIDI quality of life. Since I removed a bunch of the automation, stuff needs to be like re-imported. You know, this would all work a lot better if it were Pathfinder 2.
Now I don't have it again.
What the fuck is going
Make
on?
sure
with it?
make sure you have
Oh, there it
prepared
is.
spells ticked off. There you go.
Where's prepared spells ticked off?
When you go to spell book, there's like a prepared button. Make sure it's not turned on. Like if you don't have it prepared.
Oh, okay, that's really helpful. Thank you.
Yeah. Really put
'Cause
down
that-
your spell
when
list.
Yeah. I was like, why do I have so many? Like a while ago, I was like, well, I'll just check my D&D Beyond. Okay, yeah. But I'll go ahead and click it that way. I know
Alright.
I'll use this.
So realistically, using
that?
like even between you and Karakwa casting Wither and Bloom and Blight, you could definitely heal some people, but like I said, you
You can
could
fix people, but like still.
but it's
they're-
still a drop essentially because it's just the 2 of you. You could cure quite a few people, but at the end of the day, the amount that have been infected, it's rough.
Are there? I asked. Was it? What did you say her name was? Khalees.
Khalees.
I asked Khalees.
T.
I asked her if there are any druids among the ranks here.
She actually seems excited about that. As she nods her head and she says, yes, there are.
Good, then they can help. Bring all of them here.
All right. There are indeed quite a...
It's gonna be 2.
Several druids. No, it's not now. As you see, there are maybe two score druid, maybe 40 of them. All extremely young. Like I said, Khalees sending out young Thrycreen into the world to get experiences has been paying off. Because a lot of these more non-traditional Thrycreen classes, they're the youngsters that went out and saw things. So they're mostly very young.
I
But-
show them
But that
the spell.
I would say that also gives them quite a bit of allegiance to Khalees instead of Tildrick Fall.
Yeah, for the best. But I demonstrate the spell and I ask if anyone knows it. I'm assuming I can do that like without
About half of them raise their
knocking out my
hands.
spell slot.
Yeah.
So that can kill the fungus in these people, and I show them the ones that are now cured.
They get
If you
excited. Finally,
we
we can bring the fight to them.
we still need to figure out what to do about all the food, but you know,
I mean, if it'll work on the fungus, maybe it'll work on the food if we can get to it.
if we use the same thing on the food, it might just kill all the food.
Khalees says, she nods her head and says, I would rather have all the infected food just completely burned away,
Fair.
if that's what it
Well-
costs.
Boy, that's much easier to do then.
Yeah. Even if it means having to trade. Basically, if you burned off the infected food, you would not have enough food for the hive. But that would mean it's not self-sustaining. You could still trade. The hives can still trade with people while they're... It would actually force them to go out into the world, in a way.
I have a suggestion.
I would say you do have someone that can help with that.
I don't remember if Adelaide has an earring, but
She does not.
I touch the earpiece and I say, could one of you send Adelaide in here, please? I'm assuming she's not really like carrying around her big ass sword.
She doesn't bring the sword or the crown off the boat generally.
Okay, yeah.
That being said, she has been flirting with one of the Thrycreen guards. They've got so many hands.
Man, right in front of me too.
Adelaide, keep your eyes on the ball, please.
No, because he has two
The
sets
other
of arms.
balls.
They have two sets of arms, so they could finger bang her and finger bang Henley at the same time.
I don't
Nice.
like that. I like that less.
Nice.
I like that.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, I like
tickets
it
going up?
more. I like it more. I bought tickets.
Everyone liked this with Rick.
That's true. I don't want to get finger banged by a bug while it also cucks
You
me.
don't like
She's-
you don't like the carapace in your butthole.
She's still learning. She likes Henley, but she's still very amorous.
That's for sure. All of the amory.
Fucking slutatious.
Well, boys, looks like Carolina loses like the sacks of shit that they are. But nobody's surprised by
Aw.
that.
Khalees, I would
Did
like
they
to
score
introduce-
30 yet?
You what?
Have they scored 30 points yet?
It's gonna end 26-16.
Oh, fuck off.
Oh, I thought they were gonna fucking run it all. I thought they were gonna make it like a 32-point game.
Of course not.
But
But Khalees, I would like to introduce you to the Emperor of Stallreich.
Adelaide von Richten, Holy Emperor of Stallreich. Currently in dire need of allies, I'm afraid.
As are the hives apparently, because I'm just willing to bet that this isn't just this hive.
If it's not just this hive, I would say there's something more nefarious going on.
Yeah, that's what I'm afraid of.
But that is something to deal with when we get to the other hive. One thing at a time. I am more than happy to hear out any suggestions from one of my advisors, which is kind of nice of her to say. Ito's always kind of been her advisor, but she's really grown to like take the group's advice into sort of
Nice.
into her advice.
I was technically appointed officially to be the advisor to
Yeah.
this region.
She's you know she looks
Some
to
bad advice.
she looks to read for weapon training. Ito, despite Connor being a real fuckwit, is a diplomacy guy and he is a noble. Karakua's got this thing with nature, and Alec Cool is from Beas Kumhar, and she seems to have genuine feelings for Henley that are not just like, I want your wiener in my beehole. So
I'm her ambassador on love.
that's true. And also technically to the Coldwood, I guess, in a way.
And autism.
And I would say that, and she would tell
Oh,
me
no,
I
sorry,
fucking
that-
suck
that's
and I'm
bad.
lame.
Yeah, she would tell you you're lame, but then she'd like after she tells you you're lame and you're an idiot, whenever you go to bed, she'll like get into bed with you and like crawl up with you. And then Klaus is just
Head
her.
from a girl who calls you an idiot.
Yeah, and technically Klaus has a shadow that's her uncle. So
Right, so I can watch. It could be something weird Pornhub thing.
I mean, technically,
No.
Klaus's shadow is what made her an emperor because the Redeemer killed the previous emperor, in the hopes that Adelaide would be a better emperor. So.
Well, that was a long shot.
yeah, bit of a miscalculation there, Albert.
Well, you know what? He tried, and it looks like it's actually going okay because she actually is doing something.
But Adelaide, if I may, the Hive is going to be in dire need of food and a trading partner, and I know the Empire is in dire need of friends. So
She sort of says, "Do you? I mean, I've seen you eat things other than fungus.
yeah, I can eat anything. It just fungus is easy to grow here.
My apologies. We don't grow a lot of like fungus, but we do have access to. The Vergild Plains was a vast expanse of grains, and we have quite a bit of storage, and obviously we have access to all sorts of game, and we could see that you. Once our problems are dealt with, we can do everything we can. I'm afraid, currently, the Vergild Plains are half frozen over. We do have stores of grain.
That being said, if possible, once this is dealt with, we could mobilize some of the Thrykreen to Stolreich with us, and that way there's less of a burden on the Hive itself.
She nods her head and she says, "Of course, we do have large amounts of supplies that are being directed into both the army and the hussars. If we were to have some of them sent to join the fight, the army, the front line of Stolreich, they'd be fed well enough. I must warn you, it is not. I mean, it is a war. They would
It
be
is a
putting
war.
their lives on the line."
But as I've warned, and why my companions were sent to me in the first place is the war will come here regardless if we don't do something about it now. So it's better to do something about it now.
That is true, and a good idea, Nick, to send them off to the front line to ease the food shortage here, because there's definitely food on the front line. It might not be the best food, but it is.
It is
filling.
still edible. We literally eat fungus. Rations dissolve just the same.
But
Alternatively, Khalees, anyone that is willing to can take me up on my offer, and then the food shortage is less of an issue.
they can just suck the blood. But indeed, I mean,
Would them being already vampiric, would that stop the fungus from being able to, zombie them?
I know, probably not.
I don't think it's
Who-
zombieing them. I think it's literally just infecting them.
Would that? Well, I mean, if they're undead, are they immune to disease then?
they're not
It's
undead.
not-
They are not. If I made them undead,
If
I
you made
don't
them
think-
undead, it doesn't make you immune to the disease, unfortunately.
Yeah. So
But
That'd be fucking
indeed,
cool. Start a
I
fucking
don't really
vampire
feel like I
colony.
should make my entire hive a bunch of vampires. I'm just saying.
that's
I
probably
mean-
probably not the wisest choice. But indeed, you know,
I mean, it would be cool.
eventually
Yeah.
the Raiders of Everfrost, the king of Black Everfrost, is almost like a force of nature. He's coming. It's in the prophecy. When winter comes to a land that knows no frost, you know he's coming. So yeah, sending them to fight it's gonna happen anyways. They're gonna have to fight him anyways, sooner or later. Because it's coming.
And boy, will this be a great experience for everyone.
And you know what?
Outside world.
Khalees wants them to see the outside world, so have fun.
Fuck out there.
Boy, it's miserable.
You said,
just like
you said
everywhere.
Khaleesi. You fell for it.
Let me tell you about Ito's wife. She's a real ball buster. But people like her more than Ito, so she nods her head. But she does say, will never force anyone to go, but I suspect many would. Especially the younger ones.
The ones I'm assuming I've told my companions, I forget their names at this point, but the Thrycrane that were on the boat, I assume I've filled them in pretty sufficiently on what the hell.
Yeah, I never gave them
are.
names because they only ever spoke Thrycrane.
Yeah, so, but I call to have them sent in, and Khalees, these are two that were sent with their vision to find me. I don't know if any of the others have come back, but they, at least, have been taught about our other enemy, who is a grand threat. And I imagine they'd be happy to spend some time while we're trying to deal with the food, to fill you and maybe any one of any of the military or any guards you have that would be willing to fight now. Go ahead and fill them in to get a better idea.
I've given them vague names. They're in the comments. Their names are going to be Chikal and Boom Boom.
All right,
What about
Chikal and
Kyle?
Boom Boom.
That was just what Nipsey called them. All right. I mean, it's all sort of falling into place, really. The plan for afterwards, how you're going to deal with this. The only problem is really dealing with the infected currently in the Hive, and Tildrick Thal. Tildrick Thal is still a powerful,
Yeah.
basically priestess, essentially.
That being said, Colin, are we going to continue today, or are we going to stop soonish since it's 7:30?
I'm good to go.
Okay, because I don't know if we need.
If we want to keep going through and deal with the Hive and continue on our way, we can. All that is the only thing left is basically a boss fight with Tildrick Thal.
Okay. Well, I can do that. Rick did just say that our dinner was going to be ready in 5 minutes.
Although I wouldn't even call it a boss fight. It's not that grand of a fight.
We're about to beat the piss out of some old lady.
Yeah,
She's powerful, but it's not like, it's definitely not like an ancient dragon or anything like that. That being said, Alec, cool, you suspect that you did feel that pinprick of pain whenever you cured all the guards at the same time.
They probably felt that.
They probably felt it too.
Okay, so I do let Khalees know. They probably know that I know how to cure that now, and that we all know that. So there's no way I can go back peacefully and just, make friends with them and fake our way through it. So there's going to be a fight. That being said,
Then
the
fight we
druids
shall.
the druids that are here, I need you to prioritize coming with us and curing anyone that attempts to fight us before we get to Tildrick. Tildrick is the only real threat, at least to me and my companions in the Hive. So if we can neutralize the waste of time that the other ones are, to be putting it quite frank, I don't want to kill them. We need them more than ever for what's to come after this. But just wither the fungus away and move with us, and that we'll make our way to the atrium and deal with Tildrick.
We will do what we can.
Thank you. Colin, can we take a few minutes when our food is ready so we can go eat real fast?
Yes. If we want, we can take a. Since it is gonna be boss fight, we can do probably gonna do a break right now. I really have to go pee.
No.
Okie-dokie. Yeah, I'm cool.
But like a 10
I
or
think dinner's also done here.
like a 10-minute break or 15-minute break.
Yeah. Well, because me and Rick eat.
I'm also gonna see what I'm gonna have for dinner. So 10-15-minute
Okay.
break, everyone. Afterwards, it's gonna be a fight. It's not gonna be like one of these big 3-hour long boss fights. It's gonna be a fight, but it won't be long.
That's what you say every time.
That's true.
We're not going to be here till 9:30.
We're not
That's
gonna.
not true.
We're not gonna be here till like 11 o'clock at night. Maybe.
Just a
Told the
quick
dragon was
trip.
gonna be long.
Just a quick trip down the
unless-
Well,
lines.
the dragons were big boss fights. This should be maybe an hour.
Yeah, just a quick trip down a flight of stairs to the old lady and we'll be good to go.
That's true. But 10-15 minutes.
Okay.
Everybody get your food. I'm actually probably gonna go up to the store and get some more beer. So
Okay,
Yeah.
we'll be back.
I'll be back.
All right. Yep.
Okay, I know ritual is technically a 10-minute thing.
But Alec
Well, I'll
Cool
put a greater restoration.
has spent a wither and bloom. You spent the greater restoration
And a dark vision.
and a dark
Okay,
vision.
Yeah,
I don't think it's the type of boss fight that'll require every.
We need to sling these swells.
Yeah,
right
it's
now.
not meant to be like a major boss fight. This is more like a story thing for Nick and Alec Cool.
All right, I can't wait to cast incendiary cloud and kill this bitch in one turn.
I mean, that might be pretty fucking useful, actually.
You know. I wanted to tell you about the D&D though. that we did.
I want to hear about it. I want to hear about it going well for you.
I close the door so Laura doesn't learn too many secrets. So in the third part of the game, they find out that one of the guys that they're traveling with is essentially a traitor to the academy,
Yeah.
and he has accidentally killed a character named Petty Officer Winston Wyvac, who was this kind of beloved chef in the academy. He was
Okay.
just kind of a cool guy all around.
Is this all
Oh.
part of the starter
The
adventure?
free module.
Yeah.
Yes. So in this, we know that he did this because while they're exploring this giant behemoth ship and getting underway, a fire breaks out basically in the makeshift galley underneath, and when the characters arrive, he's dead, and there's these magma method elementals. Now, after they get rid of them, the characters discern that the source of where it came from was from a cooking surface. And obviously, a cooking surface under no means would ever produce an explosion like it did and cause magma methods to spawn out, right?
Yeah.
So, after doing some detect magic, they find out that it was a glyph of warding to cause an explosion and a glyph of summoning elemental creatures. So, someone placed some traps on it to activate it.
Yeah.
And the only two members of the crew that were there with them have no magical abilities whatsoever, and this guy does. So they basically sussed it out pretty quickly that he had to be the one to lay the traps. And when they confront him, he pretty much, oh, you're like this. Patrick has made very good use of his hat of command. As soon as he had a suspicion, he said, "I cast command, truth." Like he's been doing a lot of stuff like that.
That's what it's there for.
That's what it's there for. And then basically, the guy told the truth. He said, like, I was told that if I would place these traps to help hinder this mission, I'd be paid substantial money to help me and my fiance. But I didn't know it was gonna kill the guy. I didn't want it to kill anyone. I just wanted it to disrupt the mission. Like maybe send y'all back.
Yeah, that's
And
fair.
in the guide, basically, like for the module, it's basically talking about like, what is it like most likely here's what the players, probably are gonna decide and say. Like most likely they're gonna, what do they do with him? Do they tie him up? Like what do we do with the officer's body? Like we have a sending stone to contact someone back on the home planet. Do we contact them? You know what they did?
What?
Let's use him as bait to get his employer here.
That's thinking outside the box.
I was not prepared for that. I did not
Well,
even consider that option.
Don't worry, you'll get used to that, because it's gonna always happen.
Yes.
And that's what makes it fun. That's why I run games.
I worked it in to what they were saying for the character to basically say, no, that'd be worse. That'd be much worse if you did that. Well, you've already committed the crime. I know, but... And I didn't want this to happen, but... The officers at the academy, they obviously know who this is, because you saw how they acted during the sabotage and the simulations. Contact her and let her know. She'll know. And I'll let them everything I know. I'll tell them everything I know. I'll do what I can to make this right as best as I can. I didn't want them to die. And that was my way of kind of, like, setting it back on a course where I had stuff that was prepared for that.
Yeah. Sometimes you kind of gotta do that.
Yeah, sure. Because it was just like, holy shit, like, I would have to come up with something else entirely on the spot. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's what makes... I love doing stuff like that. That's what makes it fun, though. I love making stuff up.
True. And I've really come to appreciate using other NPCs like who are there and listening to help maybe like sort of guide them. Like while they're talking this out, like one of them says, well, we still have that mission that we were told to do by the officers. We still have to complete this. They said it was of utmost importance.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So
good enough for you to buy the book, huh? It's not bad.
I liked it.
That was important.
I kind of wish.
Thought it was fun.
Yeah,
so.
I kind of wish you could piggyback off of mine, because I've got that book on D&D Beyond.
Oh really?
Yeah, I've got like all the Spelljammer suite, which includes the light of all the beast monsters and the
Races.
Oh, yeah.
the races and the adventures. So I've got all that unlocked on. But it's actually, that's what made me switch to Pathfinder for the Saturday game, because it's gonna be like it was meant to be a Spelljammer game, and then they came out with a Spelljammer book, and it didn't have any fucking rules for how spaceship battles really work. So I was gonna have to like make them up. I'm like,
yeah, it is pretty light on that.
if I'm gonna have to make it up,
to homebrew it anyway.
if I'm gonna have to do it
Yeah.
anyways, I'm just gonna. I want to run Pathfinder more, so I'm just gonna switch it over to Pathfinder since I have to make up rules anyways.
Well, the reason
Yeah.
why I bought the book is because I'd pretty much been doing everything. Like I would print out some stuff
Yeah.
ahead of time, and then I would I'd print out stuff ahead of time, and then I would I'd have like my phone and like a laptop or tablet with like other stuff open so I could like reference it.
Yeah.
It's like I felt like if I had like the book in front of me, it'd be way easier to manage stuff.
It is. It is, and I think it's good if you're playing. Since you said you're gonna run the adventure, because I'm not running the adventure. I mostly got it because I wanted.
You just want the materials.
I want the races, and I wanted the ship combat rules, because there's gonna be ship combat, but they didn't they don't have any ship combat rules.
No, they really
Yes.
don't.
That's freaking lame.
There is a basic question. It's like if the person who's spell jamming leaves the helm, can they still pilot the ship?
Exactly. It's not.
It doesn't. It doesn't say.
And one of the things, the tenants they're like, we think that people would rather be shooting spells at the other ships instead of manning the weapons. No, I think people want to be manning the weapons.
Most people want to do something cool, like get a fucking catapult and
Yeah, they
want
want to be.
fucking space.
They want to be.
That's cool.
And then whenever it gets close up, then.
But I can't imagine like there'd be like a wizard who'd want to cast a lightning bolt straight through and try to strike that guy who's giving commands on the other ship. That's cool too, but like not everyone can do that.
Well, yeah, and that's something that happens whenever you get in close. Like if you're at long range, why does a Spelljammer ship have such a short range?
Yeah.
And so that's why I was like, if I'm gonna have to homebrew this anyways, I'm just gonna switch over to Pathfinder and homebrew Pathfinder's rules, and I can use Starfinder rules in Pathfinder Second Edition.
Starfinder, but I think Starfinder is like actual sci-fi, not.
It is actual sci-fi, but it can. And it's also not It's not Pathfinder Second Edition, but there are conversions basically that you can.
Yeah.
Okay.
You can.
You just fucking flavor it as like medieval fucking galleons or whatever.
But there's 1E to 2E conversion stuff. But the point is, it's like if I have to make it up anyways, and I wanna play Pathfinder, so I'm gonna just have them switch over to Pathfinder.
Might as well. The thing that I like doing the modules, like the actual adventure modules, because like
it's very straightforward.
It's straightforward, but the one that I really liked, and we were actually doing it before like just stuff fell apart for a bit. Storm King's Thunder was pretty cool looking too.
I've never done Storm King's Thunder, although I do own it. I don't own it on D&D Beyond, but I've got a physical copy. Yeah. I think the best two modules. The best module is Ravenloft. It is Curse of Strahd.
Like just in terms from like an adventure, from an adventure standpoint, or just like supplement standpoint.
Period. Adventure standpoint, the most interesting setting, and I think this is generally agreed upon, is Curse of Strahd.
Wow. Okay.
Never played it.
I don't think I've ever seen the Curse of Strahd rated lower than the best module or the second best module. Wow. That being said, it is the type of module that does require a dungeon master's work to look at it and parse through it and think about it and say, how am I going to tie this story together? And if you're, since I do stuff like that, anyways, I think it is the best. I think it's the most interesting. I think it's the most interesting setting, but I also really liked God, what's the other one?
Princess of the Apocalypse was cool.
I hated Princess of the Apocalypse.
Really?
No, not that one. Out of the Abyss is the one I hated. Princess of the Apocalypse was fine.
Princess of the Apocalypse was the elemental one.
Yeah, Princess of the Apocalypse was fine. Out of the Abyss was not great. Tomb of Annihilation. I would call that the second best.
That's the dungeon.
Tomb of Annihilation. Yeah. We played that one. That was pretty.
We did play some of that. That's the one that has like dinosaur racing and it's on choked and stuff. That one's very cool too.
I thought that one was mostly like the hardcore dungeon crawl one.
It is actually more exploration hex crawl.
Okay.
The hardcore dungeon one is Dungeon of the Mad Mage, because it goes. That is the mega dungeon. Dungeon of the Mad Mage is in Waterdeep. Whenever you go down through the whatchamacallit, that one tavern. God, what's that fucking tavern called? I could remember it.
I know what you're talking about.
Black Ass?
No, it's not one of my fucking stupid made up taverns.
It's an actual historic Dungeons and Dragons tavern.
Yeah, the Yawning Portal.
Yeah.
It goes down through the Yawning Portal into the Dungeon of the Mad Mage, into a mega dungeon basically. So that is.
Yeah, that's like the mega dungeon.
That is the mega dungeon, up there with the Temple of Elemental Evil. That's the mega dungeon. So yeah, but I would say Curse of Strahd #1 if you're willing to put the work in. And there's one of my favorite changes from I completely redid Death House. you know, the starter adventure for Curse of Strahd is called Death House. Are you familiar with it, Cody?
I can't say I am.
It's meant to be like cause part of the the whole like Domains of Dread / Ravenloft stuff is like, oh, you can just kind of wander into it from anywhere.
Sure.
So the Death House basically is like you wander into a fog and there's this really tall Victorian house that you run into basically. That's part of the village of Barovia. And you go into it and you deal with it. But one of the big problems with Death House is there's a lot of empty rooms. Like, since it's meant to be like a Victorian sort of 3-story like townhouse, there's a lot of descriptions of rooms that don't have anything in it. One of the big things, there's actually a hold on, this is gonna be crazy. I'm gonna log out real fast and go over to my Ravenloft game real fast because I've actually got it. If you want to really quick, I'm gonna make it so you can look at it.
Nick's gonna come back very confused.
Yeah. So, but I'll just stream it so you don't have to log into it or anything. Get this fucking shit out of here. I know, fuck off. Successfully migrated compendium packs. I know, fuck off. Okay. Go to my... Oh shit. Oh no! I've only uploaded one fucking scene of this. What the fuck? Wow.
That's not true. I think we've played it on it before.
I have, but I've changed it up significantly. Never mind. I can't do that because it's deleted a whole bunch of my scenes whenever it transferred over.
Yeah.
That's fucking annoying. Okay, one of the big things I did was I put in one, no room is an empty room. Full stop. That's one of the things I always change about dungeons in 5th edition is sometimes you'll run into a lot of rooms that are just like, this is a bathroom, this is a bedroom. Every room should have a purpose. It should either have an item, like a treasure of some sort, an encounter, like a puzzle or a fight or something like that. Or it should have story. Every room should have one of those 3 things. There shouldn't, even if it's not realistic, because in every like mansion house, there's gonna be guest rooms that don't have anything interesting in it at all. But for the purposes of a role-playing game, every room should have something to see for the most part. It is okay if you have a lot of room, if like you're somewhere big, to have just like a very basic room. But every room should have a treasure, an encounter, or something story related, or something that leads to a treasure. It should have, or a clue essentially, because there's some rooms you go in and it'll give like a piece of a puzzle, but every room has to have something in it, something that you can learn from it to make it interesting. And so I changed the Death House. I changed the story from top to bottom to be about this. And I took the very basic story to make it about a guy who lived in this house. He's kind of like he started off as a scientist type, turning into a mad scientist type. He had a couple of kids. His wife, was, he loved his wife, but she had a miscarriage. Or, no, not a miscarriage, it was stillborn. No, it wasn't even a stillborn. It was actually a crib death, it was. Because the child had lived for a while. Because it had a nanny. And so it sort of drove her to depression. It drove him crazy. To the point that he was like... So he turned into a mad scientist. And he ended up, in an attempt to bring his stillborn child back to life, Walter. Initially, in Curse of Strahd... In the basement, there is a shambling mound. This sort of plant monster does not make any sense as to why there is a shambling mound there.
Sure.
At all. There's no reason. There's no story. It's like, why is there this plant monster in his basement? no sense. So I made it sort of a shambling mound, but instead of a shambling mound, it is made of flesh. And it has the still beating heart of his stillborn son, Walter, in it, where he tried to bring him back to life. And you have to attack it to open up the flesh to reveal basically a child's heart to attack it, to put it out of its misery, because it's just a miserable it's a miserable flesh beast, basically. And you learn about this.
Jesus.
You learn about this as you're going up, and I added stuff in like, there's a garden that has a tree in it, and in this tree there's a treasure. You don't know there's a treasure there, however, until you go up to the second store balcony and you look at his wife's painting, and in the painting of the tree, she has drawn the treasure. And so whenever you look at that and see, oh wow, she's drawn a treasure in this painting, you know in the nook on the tree there is a treasure, and so you go and you get it. Also, there are clues within that garden. There's a sundial, right? But the sundial you can turn to different times. And turning that sundial actually rotates a hallway in the basement to lead to treasure, right? If you know what I'm saying? There's a hallway, like I think it's a T hallway. No, it's an L hallway that's on a basically like a swivel. And you can turn it, and the sundial actually twists it. Actually. And there are actually 3 treasures. It starts off where you basically just see a blank wall, and the thing is, whenever you look through her diary, she gives you 2 specific times of like something that important happened, and if you turn the sundial to those 2 times, it gives you treasure. But then there is a 3rd time, and this one, there is not any suspect that gives it except a player saying, okay, well, if we turn this L tunnel this way, and we turn it, it leads to this. If we turn this L tunnel this way, it leads to this. What if we turn it this way, and it will lead to a 3rd treasure? And that's purely like, if they're like, wow, looking at the puzzle, like...
They have to be specifically looking for that.
Yeah, like, if they're looking at specifically, like, from a puzzle standpoint... and it's important to say, these are not necessary items to progress forward. They're just like neat little magic items that they can get. You don't need them in any way, shape, or form. There's...
Are we still playing, by the way?
No, I was just talking to Cody about adventure modules.
No, I know. I just meant, like, are we going to continue tonight or no?
Oh, yeah, we can get through this boss fight.
Okay.
But you got disconnected because I was going to try to show him, like, the Death House thing, but it deleted a bunch of my Death House uploads.
Okay.
But so then I have optional thing. You know Mr. X from Resident Evil 2?
Yeah, I know who that is.
There's a flesh golem that can be an optional flesh golem to be used in the Death House that will chase the people around. You can't kill him, but you can knock him down, but he's always chasing you around the Death House. Then there is and also one of the things for Death House, there is a point whenever you go down into the basement where they have like a reliquary that has a bunch of relics. In the base game, these relics mean absolutely nothing. They're just there. Like, oh, look, the cult collected these weird items. Ooh, you know.
Oh, yeah, I remember that part, Colin, where it gave us superpower, where it gave us powers instead.
That was, you chose a magic item, and that, basically, those would be a clue to that magic item. So it's like, you want a magic item? This is like a key to unlock it. You have to find it, but this is the clue, and that will lead you to it, basically. And it was like in-game magic items. Like, this is, what do you want your character to have at in-game? And so you'd go and you'd get it. And then I would tie those into it to be clues or keys to those magic items. Because those magic items were meant to be like, here's some knuckle bones from blah blah blah. They don't mean anything. They're just here. And I thought, well, that's really stupid.
I'm stupid.
Did you, like, remake it in Foundry or something?
I did, actually. I have a Death House made in Foundry in case we ever want to do Curse of Strahd. Um, but yeah, I did remake it in Foundry. I was trying to show it to Cody, but for some reason it has deleted a portion of it, and so it just had like half of it. It didn't have like the top half of basically the building, like floors like 3 in that, or like floors 2 in the attic. It just deleted for some reason. It doesn't really matter.
Always wanted to try Curse of Strahd.
Curse of Strahd is the best adventure module. Even with all the work that puts in, it's still the most interesting. Which is kind of sad because it came out like 5 years ago.
Tomb of Annihilation wasn't that bad.
Tomb of Annihilation is interesting, but it relies upon a group that really is into like hex crawl exploration.
I've heard that was it Storm King's Thunder, that's also super good if
It's
you put
good.
the work into it like
Yeah.
in Curse of Strahd.
It's
But
good.
it's the same way.
The only one I hate is I don't like Princess of the Apocalypse, even though I love the Underdark. I think Prince of the Apocalypse just
You mean
no the other
the
one,
Abyss.
Out of the Abyss, yeah.
the Abyss?
Out of the Abyss. Prince of the Apocalypse is fucking okay. It's like
I think they said the same thing about the Icewind Dale stuff. That if you put the work into it, it's pretty good because it gives you good stuff to work with.
I mean, I was just looking through the Icewind Dale one. It's just there's 20, like there's 10 different towns like to start off with, and like they all have their unique things because you're in 10 towns.
That's
yeah.
what I'm saying. It gives you stuff to work with. If you're willing to expand on it, it's a pretty good supplement.
Yeah.
Or
Also-
like adventure.
Also, there's no Dritz. Like, what's the point?
Just because everybody hates him, although I don't. But
I don't hate Dritz.
I also
There's-
don't hate him. I think the problem is everybody hates him because like a good elf or good drow. But the whole thing is like, yeah, but it's popular because he was a good character and people wanted to copy it because he was an interesting character.
Yeah.
So
Isn't he in Out of the Abyss?
I probably, since it's down
He's,
there.
he's on the cover, but I assume he's in it.
But
He's on the
You can
cover
get
of
him
it?
in. I remember
Yeah,
you can get him in
it's-
Baldur's Gate.
It's him fighting the Demogorgon.
No, that was 11.
Yeah, I don't see Dritz on here. This one? Are you sure it's this one? Are you sure it's this cover you're talking about?
I could have swore there was one where he's like pouncing on him.
But yeah, it's just
That's the cover.
I don't like Out of the Abyss that much. So the other one, like I think that's the one I like. I mean, Horde of the Dragon Queen and Rise of
No, I'm sorry. There was an image.
Horde
that
of the Dragon King and Rise of Tiamat kind of get a pass because they were the first ones, and it's like they weren't even made by Wizards of the Coast. They was contracted out, but also it's like, you know, the first adventure I don't really expect to be that great, you know.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I see. Yeah, there's actually no Dritz at all in 5th edition. There's mentions of them in Icewind Dale,
I mean,
But-
yeah.
but no actual, you know.
Does it give you a stat block for him? Anything?
No,
I don't think-
I'm looking at
no.
5e tools. There's nothing.
I don't think
Well,
they don't give a stat for him.
It's weird because was it Tower of the Mad Mage or whatever? It has his friend, the pirate guy.
It feels at this point kind of hard to give him a stat block because it's almost like this weird thing where they're not sure if they want to make him too strong or too weak, really, because he's got all this lore. It feels like he should be he should be strong, but it's like, how strong do you make him realistically?
Dritz, I'd say he's probably like a level 12 or 13.
See that
Ranger
seems
fighter.
fair.
Yeah.
But also, I think for the amount of things that he's done for his content, he also should probably just be 20. So then if he was 20 and he was an enemy to you, he would kill you. And if he was an ally, he would kill whatever you were killing.
I think that if you want to make him strong in the world, you should probably make him like 16, 17. That way he's not like a demigod, but he's close to it.
And then there's the question of like, what classes do you make him? You know, do you make him a
Ranger
fighter? Do you make him just like, how much into ranger and fighter do you go? He has a beast companion, but it's not a natural beast companion.
Yeah,
it's a magical beast companion.
It's
So
a magical item.
no, like how far do you go? Do
Be
you
much easier to make in Pathfinder.
do you throw him into like some? Do you put him into maybe some cleric stuff as a cleric of because he's got some spells like that? Like, what do you do?
No,
He's very
he
devout.
has natural innate magic for drow stuff.
Well, yeah, but he's also a very devout worshiper, to the point that it seems like he's at some point cast some cleric type spells, for.
Isn't he a worshiper of? He's a worshiper of the ranger goddess.
Yes, the
unicorn bitch.
He used. I can't remember if he still worships her, but he used to worship Malachi. I can't remember if he still worships her.
Well, let's kill a bitch.
I don't think we need to kill her.
Yeah, he is a champion of Malachi, the Forest Queen. But alright, yeah. That's enough about that bullshit. Like I said, I've gone and started drinking water, aka Yingling, so.
It's alright. It's alright, Colin. I'll just play Dritz in our next game.
Alright, but you gotta be a lawful good drow.
We're all gonna play Dritz the Erden next game.
All of us. See, we'll see who makes it better in the Pathfinder system.
Everyone's gonna be slightly different levels of fighter or ranger.
Alright, I'm gonna go pee and then we will actually start with this boss fight. Like I said, this is not a major boss fight, so it should not, like, be crazy.
Kind of sucks we gotta kill the Mantis Queen.
Like I said, we don't have to kill her.
Queen.
Ow.
The Mantis Queen is a god. This is just a lady. She's a priest.
Oh,
We also don't have to kill her.
Technically, curing her would fix it, but also, I imagine it ain't that easy.
Why can't it be that easy?
Because your mom.
Yeah, exactly. Because your mom, Lou.
I see.
It's your mom's fault.
You know who else can make it that easy?
Don't make jokes about our mother, Max.
He's not making jokes about your mother. He's making.
What do you
jokes
mean,
about
Rick?
his
She
mother.
made you, and you're a fucking joke.
Wait.
I mean, that wasn't funny, Max.
I mean,
Yeah,
I'm
you-
laughing at myself. I'm the target audience. You just happen to be here.
Alright. I'm good. Is Nick here?
Yep.
He's the only one that matters. Shit.
You're lying to both Nick and us.
Oh boy, I never hit the pause record button, so that was recording the whole time.
Oh wow, they're gonna get a huge chunk of us just talking about Pathfinder.
And Curse of Strahd. Alright, well, you know what?
Oh, what the fuck?
That's
Saxonized mother.
That's fucking too bad. Alright. You make your way. Well, your plans are in place. Dealing with Tildrick Fall. Using Khalees, well, not necessarily killing Tildrick Fall. You do not have ways to cure it, but you know that you have to deal with about half the hive being infected by this parasitic fungal organism. You rally the rebellion. Now is the time to strike. They're never going to be stronger than they are right now with you basically champions on their side. However, Alec Cool,
Ma'am.
as this is happening, you know that they can't help but kind of know. You know? If you know what I'm saying. The hive mind, if the rebels
aware,
are
definitely.
popping off, they're going to be able to feel it, because it's not just one or two or three or four, it's a lot of them.
Yeah.
I mean, he's a lot of them.
The rebellion, it's all whatever allies we have here. They are aware that they are rebelling.
Yes, it is almost half the hive that was still rebels, basically. So you know that they know.
Yeah, I mean, figures.
But you have no real choice. Now's the time to do it. You're never going to be in a better position than right now, really. And so the fight pops off. You essentially are trying to nail down Tildrick Thal, but she knows that something's happening. And as the fighting commences, I'm not gonna make you get too much into the minutiae of the... Like, I could make you get into the minutiae of, like, sending troops here and there and everywhere to try to figure out, like, what exactly, you know, what are we gonna do? But Tildrick Thal is not a fool. She knows what is important to her. And what is important to her is that tainted food supply. If she can, sort of, like I said, you know that she was force-feeding people to, force-feeding this tainted food to people to infect them. And so, she retreats to secure those tainted food supplies. And as eventually the rebels are swarming, trying to overtake them, you find a final, you move to where she has gone, to the largest of the food supplies in the Hive, to make sure that her tainted food does not become compromised, essentially. Because as long as that exists, it doesn't matter if you kill everyone else. As long as she's got this tainted food supply, she can redo it. She can restart it. Which I know, it's a little bit rushed forward, but I don't really feel the need to make you go through the motions of, like, running around the Hive.
I feel you. I get that. This could potentially take weeks if we let it.
Theoretically, yes. So I'm going
have
to...
the ability to consistently take something that you say is going to be a one-day game and make it stretch out.
Yeah, so... you do find that she retreats into the Hive with several Thrycreen guard. But here's the fun thing about this fight. In fact, I probably should actually just light up the whole room because it's supposed to be dimly lit across the room. So I'm just gonna turn on unrestricted vision range. Alright. But here's the thing about this fight. As you rush towards her, you can see she's surrounded by a retinue of several Thrycreen. But the fungal... like I said, and this is only a 10-foot high wall, and the fungal walls seem to come to life and form into humanoid forms.
Good?
Are those on our side?
They are literally 100 one-shot minions.
Oh my god.
Well, smoke
Karako, you
attack,
want to
boys.
burn away that?
But the whole point is, this is a fight to make you feel strong, you know?
We're
As
playing fucking Dynasty Warriors.
they...
I can't wait
I
for
mean-
us to die on
Yeah.
the 100 fungus.
You're saying we're playing Dynasty Warriors. Basically, that's kind of the point of this fight.
Max, I don't know if you played Dynasty Warriors, you don't die in Dynasty Warriors.
Is
But
there
we're good.
Yeah, you do.
literally 100 minions that just sort of team from the walls, in addition to the Thrycreen and Tildrick Thal. And that is when, oh yeah, and you're all sort of clumped. Did I get everyone? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. It goes to an initiative order.
Hey, I'm not last.
Alright, at least get to go before the
Oh,
boss.
shit! I rolled a 9.
Oh,
That's
no.
why I clicked it twice.
Oh shit, I accidentally... Oh, well, I accidentally hit the delete button on Tildrick Thal, so you win.
Oh,
Yeah.
Hey, Lamau. All right.
Oh, this isn't really fair. You have to roll 100 different things.
Dear
Wow.
fucking Christ.
Shit, that's gonna really suck, isn't it?
All right. Fungus minion number 37 goes next. All right, then we got fungus minion 50.
She's like, sorry, Max, there's gonna be 107 people before you.
There we go.
Damn it, man.
Alright.
You've got 6 people attacking you. They all have advantage because you're absolutely surrounded.
But it's supposed to be kind of a fight that makes you feel strong, because you're supposed to, like, just mow through fucking minions. But it goes. Here in this sort of hive, this sort of fungal room, in the bowels of the hive, it starts with a reed underbow.
Alright.
Well, we've taken a long rest since last time we played, right?
Yeah, you
hit the
spent a
long
long
rest
time
button
on there.
Absolutely. So these are just fungal minions?
They are-
not like actual people or anything?
Nope, these are fungal minions. The ones around her are actual Thri-Kreen, but these dudes are just like random fucking like fungus
There's even
monsters.
more around here than I thought.
There's a lot. Like whenever I said there's 100 minions, there's literally 100 minions. I counted them out.
Alright. Well then, I guess we'll get started mowing them down.
No, you have to redeem every single one of them.
Oh, that's
There's
16.
nothing to
Oh,
redeem.
there's gonna be a lot of burials.
16
Funky
will
boy.
hit. And they're one-shot minions, so you cannot you basically cannot not kill them.
You know what? I'm just gonna go run into the middle of them. We're gonna go after this one next.
Yep. Which one? This one or
The
this
one
one?
right next to the left
Alright.
of me.
So this one pops.
Oh, sorry. I guess you can't see the one I was targeting.
Oh.
Well, whatever. It doesn't
Okay,
matter,
well,
'cause I was gonna
it'll
target
be-
the other one next.
It'll be that one. So all right. So
That's 15.
15 hits. It pops.
Alright. Well, that was actually my bonus action punch. So, yep, and then that's all we're doing.
Like I said,
Sadly,
the
I do not believe these people will make good tea.
relatively weak forms of them go down easily beneath the road, but there's so many of them swarming around as it goes to Alec Cool.
Alec Cool.
He's so cool.
And they're swarming from literally every side has tons on them. Even though you can't see them over here, there's a ton you can hear them like over here as well.
Yeah, there's other ones up over here.
They're just everywhere.
Well, do I have an AoE spell that could
Does
do that?
anyone
know,
not
it's-
named Parakwa have an AoE?
This fight was kind of a little bit built around Tommy being here to cast fireballs and shit.
Yeah, and of course I have haste and counterspell, not fireball.
So I'm like, all right, Tommy's gonna come in and cast fireball and just blow these fuckers down. But Tommy wanted to take a nap, so
Fucking bitch.
He's too busy dying.
Well, I have. No poison spray is a single target. I literally don't have an AoE at all. Well, I can wither and bloom, Colin. That's not really what that does. It's also not very big.
I mean, it's still something. Like I said, they're one-shot minions. They have 1 health point, so.
Yeah, I guess I'll cast Wither and Bloom.
Joke's on you, Nick. Means can't be hurt by AoE spells.
I mean, technically that is true. They can't be hurt by the half damage of an AoE spell.
So is it as long as they're touching any of the circle, they get hit by it?
What
They
is?
have to be fully in the circle.
It's what, a 10-foot radius?
Yeah.
Where do you want to cast it?
I have the circle on me. I guess. I think the most I can get is like 5. So I guess I'll just do there.
All right. We will see how it goes. We've got. They're zombies, so they suck. The fail. Oh my god, that is a pass. 1 pass. That's a fail. That's a fail. That's a fail. All right.
That one is just like me strong.
What one rolled? The second one, so it's the one right in the middle. You delete those two as they just wither and die away. One of them managed to pass.
Wow, what a bastard. And then I guess where's Teldrick? Oh, up there.
She's up there, yep, and she's surrounded by Thrycreen followers.
Well, I guess. Stupid thing. Features. I think the bonus action, right? Yeah. I'm gonna go ahead and become large.
Give them the business.
Which I mean, like the damage it rolled is irrelevant. I'm just gonna be large, and I think I got a 45 movement speed, so I'm gonna go ahead and get to. I'm gonna get to there with Reed, to here, so I'm not stepping on Reed.
Alright.
I'm tiny. I can already walk through your spaces.
Yeah, well.
I feel like he's now 2 sizes larger than me, so I'm pretty sure he can just step over me.
Yeah, but I don't feel the need to literally stand on top of you.
You don't want to be having like Thrycreen nuts slap you in the chin, do you?
Yeah.
Yeah,
They
what if
drew
he's hung
really
like...
far, like the dog.
What if he's hung like Antonio Brown?
Yeah, I was about to say that.
Jesus Christ.
But I thought they didn't have balls.
No, we have huge, fleshy human penises.
All right.
Balls.
Any,
I don't want to
caresses.
anything else from
On the
Alec?
Ector.
Alec, cool.
That's it for me.
All right.
Mr. Baloney caressing.
It goes to one Henley Zweisenkin / Steinhertz. You might want to heal Steinhertz all the way up to full too. 'Cause
Oh, my bad.
he'd be at normal standard full health as well.
Yeah, Alec Cool's dick is like a Pillsbury Doughboy can of biscuits.
Yeah.
There you go.
Okay. Well, Steinherz is healed.
it-
I'm healed.
Does it have
What?
like a flat front?
No. It's shaped like a hot dog, but it's it's the size of that can.
But it's armored.
Yeah, it's carapace.
The ultimate
Tightness.
protection.
It's a Carusi.
No,
I don't know about that.
Carapenis.
It's that throbbing Thrycreen thorax.
All
The,
right.
the ladies have the carapussy.
Steinherz is gonna charge this one. Oh yeah, I gotta do it myself. Does Steinherz hit with a 23, Colin?
They do. Would you be surprised that these basic bitch zombies are not
one's
very,
dead.
very sturdy? You're supposed to carve through them like a Christmas turkey.
Alright, I'm gonna attack this one.
Yeah.
I haven't raged yet, by the way. So, remember that. Do I hit with a 14?
It does. Yes.
Okay, well. A 28, not 21. I just mowed 2 or 3 of them, Colin. These are all gone.
Yep.
So I can move. And then, she goes 5, 10, 15, 20.
On the earpiece. Man, it would be
30,
super cool if
35.
Aruna showed up to kill some
40.
minions for us.
Alright, I can move there and Steinherz. And Steinherz can stay there, or whatever. It's my turn.
All right. It's gonna go to fungal zombies. This will take a moment.
No.
Mhm. Oh no, it begins.
Then they can dash, dash,
This
dash.
is where Kinley dies.
5, 10, 15, 20, 25.
Telling you, we're gonna party wipe on the
All right.
on the fungus zombies because Tommy didn't come.
I don't go fuck.
5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 15, 20, 25.
I'm playing Dynasty Warriors, right, Beaver? You don't understand.
Oh shit! I could have made Wither and Bloom Wither and Blood. I'm gonna do that next time.
That's
metal as fuck.
Yeah, that's gotta be good.
14. All right. Those are gonna charge them.
Nick, you could also make it either in bloom.
That doesn't sound very helpful.
Or Weather and Bloom.
You could also do weather and bloom. Nick, you could do wither and broom.
Still doesn't sound very fucking helpful. I'm not meant to do AoE damage.
Oh shit, he'll also come down. All right.
Wither and Plume.
Jesus Christ.
Wither and Coom.
Jesus.
These fuckers are all gonna 5, 10, 15, 20, 25.
Nick, too bad you can't do two different ones, because then you could remove the L and change the B to wither and doom.
That's the upgraded ring of aphasia. You get 2
Yeah.
letters.
These
You get to
guys
remove one letter and change another.
move, and then they're gonna have to dash to get here, because they're not super fast.
It's
All right.
The Bruce Willis ring.
I am gonna go in groups real fast. So, now we get into the mechanics of the zombies. Yes, very weak, but every zombie that is in a group gets +1 to hit for every zombie that's in that group. So this attack is going against you, Henley, with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 2, 3, 4, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, +15 to hit against you, Henley.
But still, only the ones that are adjacent to me can hit me, correct?
Yes. In fact, it's only
Okay.
only one can attack you.
Oh, okay.
And they do have advantage because you are flanked.
I mean, he's surrounded.
Yeah.
Well, you're surrounded.
Henley, would you be mad if I put a Melts Minute Meteor on top of you?
I don't know what the fuck. Henley doesn't know what the fuck that is.
They did
Well,
roll
I mean, it's just
very low against you, Henley. Only a 23 versus armor class.
it's my AoE.
Even with the
I'm
advantage.
a barbarian, Colin. You know what fucking hits me.
All right, let's see this. 1, 2,
I got an AC of 6.
They deal 15 D4 plus 15 damage. So that is 35, 45, 50 points of slashing damage.
50 points of 50
50, 5-0.
total, or is that with the before the plus?
That's total.
Okay, well, guys, I'm at 120 HP. I need some healing, please.
Because they do 1d4 for every zombie that is attacking.
Oh, I thought that was only to hit. Okay, well now I know that mechanic. I'm less inclined to be here.
Boy, howdy! It really would be cool if Tommy was here to take out a crowd of zombies.
We got an attack against, let's see, those moved. Attack against Karakwa. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. It's going to be a +10 with advantage because Karakwa is flanked. Because this zombie is right here. And it's
What was the
attacking off
attack?
of this zombie. It is going to be a... It's a crit. Wow.
Okay.
So it's... You take
All of us.
54 points of slashing damage.
How much?
54.
Okay.
Oh wait,
I
no,
guess I
that's
can handle that.
wait, no, that is right. It's 4d. It's 10d4 plus 10, so 50.
I'm at 69 health.
All right. And
Nice.
Very cool.
that's this group. Then this one zombie, lone zombie that's not in a group is gonna make an attack roll against you. Let's see what he rolls. He got an 11. All right, that's it for that group. Now we are gonna move in. That group's moved. They dash, so it's gonna 1, 2, 4. 10, 5, 10, 15, 20. 5, 10, 15, 20, 20.
Well, R.I.P. either me or Lou.
5, 10, 25. They'll dash.
Oh, come on.
Like I said, all the zombies are dashing. Except for as long as one can make an attack. So this group is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17 are making up this group. And 2 of them were close enough to make an attack. So it's going to be... luckily, they don't have advantage because they were not able to flank you. So it's going to be 1 attack against Reed. For 14 plus 17, 31 versus armor class.
Yeah, that'll hit.
You take 50, 33 plus 17, 50 points of damage. Slashing damage, they're clawing. This second one will make an attack against Alec Cool. Basically the same attack roll because it's a group of 17.
Be a
Wow.
lot cooler if they didn't.
They rolled a 9. They only rolled a 2. That's a 19 versus armored class against
That's
Alec
the
Cole.
only way is if they roll a 1 or a 2. Hell yeah.
They rolled a 2. So you do not suffer those 17 points of, or the attack from the group of 17. However,
Fuck.
you do see this group behind you is fucking growing. That group
Wait.
had to dash. Behind you, this group back here, they had to dash,
Okay.
so they can't attack. However, this group up here is going to move forward as well. So you are like... they've got one hell of a barricade to basically cut through for you to get to. But that's kind of the point of this fight. It's supposed to be like, wow, these dudes are there's 100 of them, but if you've got like fucking AoE, you're like blast them out the fucking water. It sure would be nice if
AoE's not here.
yeah, it sure would be nice if the wizard was here.
All of our
Don't worry.
AoE is here.
These guys are gonna fucking yeah.
Our AoE is literally just we have
That
3
being said,
attacks.
I will be saying that being said, they attack, and basically if they are base to base, it counts as one group. So literally, if they attacked you right now, Reed or Alec Cool, it would be everything that's base to base. So that'd be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. It'd be like plus 30 to hit against you at this point because
Yeah.
there's currently an unbroken line of zombies.
Yeah.
But that being said, they basically had to dash to move, so it goes to Karakwa. Karakwa, you need to blow these fuckers up, because if they don't get blasted out the water, it's bad.
Hi, I'm casting an 8th level spell, Incendiary Cloud.
That's what you want to do.
Say the line, Bart.
I'm gonna try to hit. Let's do this right here.
That's what you want to do. You gotta clear these guys out.
God damn.
Like I said, if you don't clear these guys out, they are gonna fucking wreck.
All right.
All right.
That's 34 points of fire damage.
All right.
But they can't pass a DC 18. Well, if they pass it, they take half.
Yeah,
Nah,
but
so
they're
dead anyway.
yeah, they're minions, so minions don't take damage on halves, basically.
Alright.
They basically have evasion, essentially. That's sort of how minions work. So we got 1 fail, Oh wait, fucking goddamn it. Jesus Christ. So, fail, pass,
You gotta roll 34.
fail, fail, fail. What was the DC? 18, fail. Fail. That's a whole bunch of saving throws. That's kind of the point, though.
Is this a concentration thing? Brody?
Yeah, I'm maintaining concentration on it because it's gonna
Okay.
stay and move around.
Okay. I'll try and get him off you as best I can.
They're not that dexterous, actually. So, an
Klaus?
incendiary cloud will just mow through them.
Don't you have like a thing where you can like put in a zone and control undead inside of it?
Yep.
I was
Yep.
about to say these are undeads. You just nice.
Well, I don't think they're. I think what it does is just lets me create zombies with no materials.
Oh,
Which
I thought
is
I thought
good
you
enough,
put it down and
really.
control the undead inside of it. And I was like,
No,
oh, that's
but
cool.
they do get baned though, which is
Oh.
very helpful.
Yeah, that's fine. That one's fucked.
Man, you haven't even dropped your flame totem on the ground yet, have you?
No.
Well, I'm glad somebody here can do fucking AoE.
God, I am
Yeah,
too.
right?
Because if
I
We
know, a
will
little bit.
fucking die.
if nobody could do
Yeah.
AOE, this fight would be a fucking wipe.
Yeah.
Because they can literally get, if they all link up together, they've got plus 100 to hit for 100 d4. Plus 100 d4.
That's how you're dead.
It would
I
be
mean, like, you're
it would
dead.
be 100 to hit for 100 d4 plus 100. All right, there's a couple that do manage to survive, but for the most part, you wipe them out.
I mean, that broke up big group.
But more importantly, it breaks up a big group of them.
Bonus action, I'm doing a bite attack against this guy.
Fuck you in particular.
Fuck you, asshole.
Chomp.
How does it taste?
Give them the
Call
chomp.
Well, I crit it, so.
Well, they only have one. They only have one health point, so.
And I gain 3 temporary hit points. And since it died in front of me, I'm gonna use a reaction to make a cauterizing flame. Oh, well, you or walk, yeah. So basically now a flame has appeared here. If an enemy walks into it, they take damage. If an ally walks into it, they get healed. So I'm going to now walk into it and heal myself for 2d10 plus 5
Okay.
Hell yeah.
for 20 HP.
I'm drawing some fire there.
Well, it's now gone.
Too bad. I drew fire there.
Okay, thank you.
Hmm.
That's my turn.
All right.
You're
All
welcome,
right.
guys.
You blast through a whole bunch of them as it goes to Klaus.
So anyways, Cody started blasting.
I mean, good. Fuck.
So anyway, he started farting. It's just this giant incendiary cloud.
Here, I'm gonna drop my my dagger on the ground and make the zone around me right here.
Yeah.
Pop out my 4 zombies. Actually, they can be anywhere in the zone, can't they? How wide is that? 30-foot radius.
You don't want to do it. You don't want to attack them. You're
Good thing.
they're basically undead. You love undead, right?
Yeah.
So why would
Maybe
you want
we-
to attack them?
If you attack them, you're gay, Beaver.
Yeah, it's true.
Mm,
If you attack them, you admit that you are interested in the massive size of Antonio Brown's wiener.
I mean, who isn't?
do you not want to get split in half with that fucking thing? Jesus Christ,
No.
Colin.
I'd like to have my intestines in one piece, thank you.
Yeah, I like my guts exactly where they are.
No,
They
I
can-
wanted to go so far into it.
Guts
Listen,
can be rearranged, not literally
Yeah.
polarized.
no, listen. I want that thing to fucking exit out my mouth, okay?
Oh, like a
I mean-
hentai.
Damn, you're down bad, dude. You're down worse than Gareth. Jesus.
Gareth for Cody.
Connoisseur.
You're a connoisseur? Is that what you said?
Yes. All right, so
No,
we'll put a zombie
you're just
there.
horny.
All right.
I
I got distracted by Antonio Brown's massive schlonger.
The zombies that Klaus summons go, Dick! Dick!
Behemoth cock.
Das Wiener.
I love the NBC meme. I hope it never dies. But yeah, I'm summoning zombies.
You're summoning El
There.
Zombos.
Yep, 4 of them. One right there. One right there. One right there. And one right there.
We're gonna just pull out. We're gonna use NPC shadow tokens for your zombies.
Yay.
Where'd you point them out again?
And then these 3 squares right here.
They're gonna have. This is where they're gonna be.
Yay. So I'm gonna command this one. Attack that one.
Yeah.
That one. That one.
Okay.
Like so.
All right. You want me to roll the attack rolls for them?
Sure, because I don't know what their stats are.
I know what they are. All right. That one, I'm going from the basically starting at the top. So this one pops that one. This one is gonna make an attack. This one pops that one. This one's gonna make an attack.
You popped the one.
There you go. This one's gonna attack this one. Wow, this one actually misses.
Wow, what a fucking useless zombie.
This one is
No
gonna
wonder why you're
attack
dead.
this one. That one pops that one. Alright. Couple of pops.
Can they still move, or is that just one thing? Commanding them.
Commanding them's one thing. They can't move yet.
That's fair. That is it for me.
Alright. It goes to Venta then.
Finally! I got a lot of zombie turns. Okay. Colin, I'm going to cast Melf's Minute Meteors.
Blast
And
them.
I'm going to use my bonus action to fire 2 of them. One right there, and another right there.
You want those fuckers blown the fuck up.
Yes, sir. It's within 5 feet of the point that I choose.
Okay.
So this little box right next to Rick, and this point right here, right on the edge of Klaus's thingy.
What's the DC?
15. It's not super high because
I mean, they're zombies. Their DC's not great. So that's a fail. That's a pass. It's a fail. 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 It's fail. 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 Alright, one of the zombies survives the Melf's minute meters on that one. This one is a fail. A fail. Alright, and you wipe out a big group of them over here. It's almost like I planned it for AoEs to just be awesome in this fight.
Alright, I'm gonna move toward Rick. I'm gonna get there. I can't attack, but that's where I stop.
Alright.
Well, no, action surge. Why not? Let me get an attack action out here.
You might as well. They're here. They're here to be mown down like fucking chattel.
That's a 28 to hit.
28 will hit.
All right, second attack coming up. And that 17.
That'll hit.
That was this one, and this one.
All right. They only have 1 point of health, so.
Alrighty. That's my turn.
All right. It will go to Teldrick Thal. She moves as a unit. And she is going. So there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. 19 in this one clump around Reed and Alec Cool. And she actually is going to specifically target you, Alec Cool. Seeing you as something of a savior, of a rebellion leader now at this point. I need you to make... double check. That is not the right one. What is... Get the actual correct spell. A, C, D, E, F, G. I really hate whenever it doesn't fucking show the right stupid thing. There we go. Just fucking search up this fucking spell. Alright, I need... Oof, that is rough. With all the people flanking Alec Cool, I need you to give me a Constitution save, but it is against a 1, 2, 3, plus 19. It is against the 31.
There's no way I could have passed that.
Because of all the zombies that are flanking you, adding to, because there's 19 zombies in this group, so
got the 23. So
she's now getting plus 19 to her, basically what her saving throw is.
Well, that's unfortunate.
All right. She casts harm on you.
Okay.
You take 41 plus 19, 60 points of necrotic damage.
Cool. That's pretty much all now.
And your hit point is reduced for 1 hour. Your hit point maximum is reduced for 1 hour by 60.
By 60?
By 60, you take the... So basically,
Hey,
you almost view as not dealing damage to you. It literally just drops your maximum down by that point for harm.
Well, I'm going to die.
But that is all she's gonna do. She has her... she's moved, she cast harm. with her big old bonus because she's got a bunch of people around you. And then it is going to go to Steinhertz.
Harm be removed?
Oh.
It's 64 an hour.
No, I know. Like, can a spell remove that?
Let's see. Any effect that removes disease allows it to return to normal.
Well, I guess I'll look.
It's like a restoration spell, a remove disease spell, that sort of thing. It would increase your maximum, but it wouldn't heal you. So you'd have your.
Yeah, I know, but
Yeah.
like I can't heal myself.
Colin Steinhurst acted on my turn, so just skip her.
Oh yeah, I forgot. Right. Steinhurst is kind of added randomly because I just selected everyone. It goes to Reed.
You did lose the zombies from the initiative order, though.
Oh yeah, I need to drag one fucking off like the board.
I'm gonna slip on over to here. Then I am going. Is it just one key point? Yes, one key point. And I'm going to Bronze Dragon Breath, Bronze Aspect's Breath across this line.
The zombies were at update combat 15. That's what it's there for. The AoE needs to go.
It is a DC 17.
What's your cone? 15?
17, DC save 17, dexterity. So, no, sorry, it's not a cone, it's a line.
A line?
Line attack.
Alright.
So I'm shooting across like that.
Gotta clear those fucking zombies out. That's a fail. A fail. Alright, there's a healthy amount of zombies cleaned out.
Alright, and then I will, now does that actually count as an attack, and then I can use my bonus action to attack?
It does not count as like an unarmed attack or anything like that. It is just
So
an
yeah, it doesn't count as me taking the attack action.
It does not. It is.
Okay.
It's a special like action attack. So
then I'll just use another point to take dodge as a bonus.
All right.
And that'll end my turn.
Oh, I meant to go to Alakul. You took a pretty healthy blast.
Well, can't do anything about it, so I guess I'm going to die then.
That's not true. You still got a pretty decent amount of health points.
I mean, you say that, but if one spell's going to do
as long as you don't,
half of my health.
As long as you don't get swarmed, because that's the whole point of this, is that they can fucking really swarm.
Well, I mean,
but as you kill ones, the swarm does get weaker.
I mean, that is true, so I guess I'll do this again for the last time. I don't have any more, so that's all. I'll do that, I guess.
Alright. Could be a fail. 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 It's pass. Fail. Pass. Fail. Alright, you wipe out a bunch of them as well.
Okay, and then I guess, I'm gonna use the fucking. I'm gonna bonus action disengage. And go here.
Get the fuck out.
I mean, like I will literally get killed.
All right. If there's nothing else, it's gonna go to Henley / Steinhertz.
Steinhardt can just charge that one. That one's gone.
Which one you charged down here?
No, I charged this one right
This
here.
one? Fuck that guy.
And just took it out.
Alright, they're, like I said, they're one-shot minions. So they go down to any hit, basically.
Steiner's will move up there afterwards. I'm just gonna hit these 3. Colin, do you want me to roll? Unless I roll a 1, I kill it. I hit it.
I mean, you still technically have to roll. If you
Okay.
critically fail, they'll still be standing.
That's fair. A 15,
Alright,
a crit, and a 23.
alright, you wipe those 3 out at the bottom.
And then I will also move up here to support them. Alright, it's my turn.
Alright, it'll go to fungal zombies. They're gonna move to sort of mindlessly surround the only person up here, which is Reed. And they're gonna take the dash, 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 5, 10, dash, 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 5, 10, 15, 20, so they can dash here, 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 5, 10, 15. You can dash to there. There is gonna be one attack against Reed. 1, 2, 3, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. It is gonna be a 33. Oh wait, no, I have to roll that with it. Technically with an advantage. A 33 versus armor class against Reed.
Well, technically it would count silhouette anyway, but yeah, 33.
Yeah, well, it's plain. It's straight, it was 33. The first roll they got was 16. So that is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. 17 D4 plus 17. 57 points of damage against Reed. And one of them, but that was one of them. There was another zombie that was close enough that it can make an attack.
Holy shit.
I thought they could only attack one.
Nope. Any of them can attack one, but it attacks as a group. It depends on how, because their movement speed is really slow. Most of them have to dash, basically, so they don't get to attack. 2 of them were close enough to attack. Hey, what? Oh. You can make. You want what?
That's fine.
But yeah, since you most of them have to dash to get to you to add to the clump. But 2 of them did not because you were already in and amongst it, basically.
All right.
That is going to be a 26.
That'll hit.
For 30 points of damage.
That's 0, and well, that's not half. That was like 28 damage over.
But that is the big fungal zombie group up top. Then it comes to the margins at the bottom. This one is gonna make an attack against Venta.
Fuck him.
I mean, he's a fucking one guy. He got a 16.
I know. They get a 16. That does not hit.
Then it's gonna come to these guys blown out up here. It's gonna make an attack against Karakwa. It's a 15.
No.
Since you cleared so many of them out, they're basically down here at the bottom. They're like swinging for nothing, essentially.
Yeah, they're also Bane, so don't they have disadvantage?
That's
what's this
not
weird
Bane.
little
That's not how
area
Bane
right
works.
here?
It's a minus 1d4.
That's a minus 1. Okay, no.
But they failed nonetheless. I mean, I guess technically this one doesn't have to move, so he'll make an attack against your zombie. That's a 13 versus...
Zombie fight.
Wow, that'll actually hit the zombie, because zombies also... I mean, it's a mediocre undead, so...
At least he's not a one-shot minion.
He is indeed not a one-shot minion. In fact, it does relatively minor damage to him, so... It's 2d4. It takes 8 points of damage. He's still standing. Alright, it goes to Karakwa.
Karakwa, so at the start of my turn, I get to move this cloud.
Yep, you sure do.
I'm moving it 10 feet this way to cover these dudes.
Okay.
Burn them all.
You don't wanna move it to kill the stuff on Reed?
I can't see anything. Like, this is black right here, so I can't see it.
Alright.
So
You just keep moving it until he says stop.
I can only move it
You're
10
good.
feet, I believe.
You're
Yeah,
good.
keep backing it up, back it up, back it up. Reach
Yeah,
out there with his hand out.
I can only move it 10 feet directly away from me, so it should be covering this guy right here too, I think.
Okay.
Right? Shouldn't it?
I mean, it would
Yeah,
be here.
something like that. Yeah. All right, so at the start of their turn, they have to do a dexterity saving throw.
Alright.
Oh wait, hold on. Yeah, when the first time the cloud enters its turn, it has to make the dexterity saving throw.
Alright.
Do I roll for damage again?
You do.
Okay, well that's 37 damage.
Alright. Now it's for the fun side of her mechanic. She is going to sacrifice one of these Thrycreen to pass her saving throw automatically.
Fun.
So the Thrycreen just burns up. As the rest of them, we will see how they burn. That is a pass, fail, pass, fail, pass, fail, pass, fail. All right. You burn a couple of them up because they're also kind of one-shot minion type deals.
And also, just to make sure, these evil-looking things are the good guys, yes?
What?
Yeah.
Yeah, those,
These guys are
Yeah.
with Klaus.
Sure.
yeah, those used to be the little Bruceys, but
I'm
well, they
gonna
are
cast
actually
a, seeing as all I can see right here is just these two zombies. Oh no, I can see three. I'm gonna cast Scorching Ray as a second level spell.
Okay.
So for the first one, wow, a natural 1.
Does not hit.
I have to. Yeah.
Oh, wait,
I have to do a
I managed to
150 roll,
accidentally hit the backspace button, so I guess it does.
so- Okay, well, fuck that guy. Here's the second one.
Alright. You killed the second one, so I'll just pretend that guy was in his place.
And the third one is going to Venta right here, the one near Venta.
Yeah.
16 to hit.
Powerful hit against the basic bitch zombies.
And for my bonus actions, I don't think I have any more now. I don't. So I'm gonna start 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Holy shit! I see.
Yep.
Back it up, Terry. Put it in reverse, Terry. I'll
Boom,
stay right
first,
here.
Terry.
Back it up.
That's
Oh,
my turn.
unfortunately, Luke can't back it up. He's down.
I'll be right back.
It goes to
That's my
one
turn.
Klaus. Oh Lord, put him first, Terry.
So,
As a free action, I say, Reed is down, and I point in the direction.
can I send 3 of them up there and send one to move up and attack? Or like how particular can you get with these directions with zombies?
I mean, they're basically like companions for you. They'll
So each one
move.
gets to do
They're on
something?
your turn. They can move. They're not very. They're not very fast. They are like most zombies. They suffer. Wow. Okay, let's fucking.
So do they get they get
They're sort of slow. They
They're
only
kind
got double check what their movement is. Why is there? They only have 20 feet of movement, so.
so 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, that still works right there. All right, so I'll move that one up and try to attack that, and I'll move the other. I'll move the other 3 up.
They getting up there like smooth like fuck this guy.
Yeah.
Fuck this zombie in particular.
Yep. And I'm gonna whack him. Whatever it is, it's an 18 plus whatever.
Their armor class, like I
This-
said, they're zombies, so their armor class is shit. The whole point is you're meant to like clear. You're meant to like mow through these guys like fucking grass.
So that's a bonus action. Move up there. He's 60 feet away. Spells, spells, spells. I almost want to Thorn Whip her through the clouds. Is she undead?
She is not, technically. She's not undead. The only the zombies are dead. The Thrycrane and she are not undead. Technically, she can be cured. If you were to,
Not absolutely fucking
yeah.
obliterate her. Well, I do have a range of 60 feet on those. I'll just throw a knife at that one.
Alright. It hits. They're also one-shot minions. There's a lot of, like I said, this
fantastic.
is meant to be like carve. This is meant to make you feel strong because you carve through so much shit, basically. Bunch of
Okay.
minions.
That's my go.
All right. Max, Venta,
Yo,
I need you to
I'm gonna start
spend.
moving toward Reed.
I need you to take a good, long, hard look about thinking what you want to do because I have to pee really bad.
I gotta pee really bad too.
All right.
Someone's in the bathroom.
Quick pee break because I also have to pee.
Oof. Okay, I can reach the spot that I want to do. I'm gonna go pee too.
feel those 8 beers.
I bet.
Alright.
Venta.
Max went to pee still.
All right. But hey, I'm glad there's some nice Alec Cool story here.
Yeah. I hope we don't party wipe to the.
I don't think so. I think I think at this point the worst of the fight is kind of over, except maybe for Reed.
Except Reed, he's gonna die.
Everything.
Each one is going to attack him now to make sure he fails.
Everything down at the bottom is kind of like cleared out, but Reed's kind of like surrounded by. They're not. The thing is, they're not mindless zombies. They're under the control of what's her name?
Bitch.
Tildrick Thal.
Yeah, that's what I said, bitch.
I mean, if someone dies,
I'm back.
I would say if someone dies at this point, you're at the point where it's not that big a deal.
Yeah, I
We
mean, I
just-
can
we
raise
just-
him.
Yeah, we just,
Yeah.
pick him up.
I know what I'm gonna
Figure
do.
Yep.
I'm gonna cast another meteor here. That space right there.
Probably not a bad idea. That's the type of place you want to do it.
I moved as far as I can move. Oh well, I guess. No, it's a bonus action to throw the meteors. I can dash. Okay, I'll keep moving toward Reed then. I'm gonna throw a meteor right there.
All right. We got a. Go ahead and go down the line. Fail. It's a pass. A fail. Fail. A fail. 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 That's a fail. Alright, you wipe out pretty much everything in that square except for one made it save.
Alright, that's all I can do. I've used my action to dash and I threw my meteor. That'll be it.
Alright.
Well, no, I already said it's my turn. Go.
Living the dream. Alright. It goes to Tildrick Thal. 25, 30. Well, I mean, she is currently focused on Alec Cole.
Yeah.
So she is going to, she reaches out, and I need you to make a Constitution saving throw again.
Fantastic.
Because she's gonna cast Harm again. That's pretty much the best spell she's got, but she's got higher level spell slots than Harm. Actually, she's gonna, I mean, as long as she's here, she's gonna cast. Can they upcast? Nope.
Yeah,
She cannot
fuck
upcast
me,
it.
I guess.
So it's just she can only cast it at 6th level. 4.
I mean, I'm willing to bet that I failed with a 15. So
You did fail. She
Cool.
does. You're not. She's not getting any bonuses, but 15 is still lower than her actual just base save.
Yeah.
You take 56 points of damage,
Cool. I have
and
almost no-
it reduces your maximum health points by 56 as well.
I have 12 total health now.
You have 12 health.
Fantastic.
For 1 hour or until someone casts either Cure Disease or some sort of restoration of some sort. That is all for her turn, however. It goes to one unconscious Reed. That is a failure. A failure on a death save for Reed.
Uh-oh.
It goes to Alec Cool, having been had 2 harm spells, or 6th level harm spells cast on him, from previously someone, you know, who used to be an ally, now corrupted by the fungus that rots through her brain. Teldrick Thal.
I mean, I guess I just fucking... I cast another fucking, Wither and Bloom. This time at 3rd level.
Oh, you're doing it on this area? Alright. We got DC 17. It's a fail.
Yeah. I've got a question, but I don't know if it's fucking metagaming or not. Is it
That's
only
gonna be good.
Fail.
Okay, so if my
Fail. They're
dagger
all real low.
aura, if my dagger aura
Fail.
heals undead creatures and Alukul's a vampire, can I heal
Fail.
Alukul in my aura?
You can't because I haven't taken damage. I have less health.
Yeah, he has it. He's now not at
My total health
taking
is
damage.
12.
His health is 12. That being said, they all just failed their checks against Wither and Bloom as they slowly wake up as you have completely eradicated the poison in their heads. So they are currently stunned.
Cool. Does that include her?
That does include her. She also failed.
Sick.
So they're just basically stunned as it goes to Henley. Or if you want to move, you can do that too.
I'm gonna move to, I don't know, what's the range on that? I'm gonna cast Healing Word on Reed, but I need to see the range of it. I think it's
60 feet, it says.
60? Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, he's well within range. Can I see him through this?
I mean, if you can see him, you can see him.
Yeah, then okay. I cast Healing Word on Reed. And then I actually am not going to move anymore because my cheeks will get clapped by literally anyone enemy.
You get breathed on wrong and die.
I mean,
Alright,
yeah.
Colin, I'm gonna dash up to Reed.
I mean, he should be awake now, but
And he's got 7 hit points now.
I'm still gonna dash up to him. Colin, can you do me a favor?
Yeah.
Because I lost track of Steiner's, can you can you also dash Steiner's up to me? I think are as close as you can get, whatever. Doesn't matter. As long as yeah.
At this point, you're just clearing out one-shot minions.
I had dash though, so I can't attack. So that's well. No, I'm gonna action search, and I'll attack. I could have moved here instead. I'll move there instead, and then I will attack these two. Hit.
Phew! One-shot minions.
And a hit.
That crit on that one-shot minion.
Yeah, really. She got hurt extra bad. Alright, that's my turn now.
Alright. At this point, the fungal zombies are just, what's left of them. They're sort of mindless, so they're just kind of swarming on down. We'll have them just for, you know, the funsies. They'll try to attack Henley. That is gonna be 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. A 26 versus armor class against Henley.
That hits.
For 26 points of slashing damage.
Okay.
And then only so they get 2 attacks because they didn't have to dash. That is going to be a 15 plus 8. 23.
That'll also hit.
For 27 points of slashing damage.
Alright.
And that is it. That is their turn. That's the zombies' turn. They get the 2 that can attack, and then the rest moving, basically dashing into position as it goes to Caraqua.
Well, they ended their turn in the thing.
They are currently not enemies. Do you want to kill them?
Oh.
They
I
got
cured them.
the
Plus,
wither and bloom cured off of them.
It wasn't these guys' turn anyway. It's these
I guess
guys.
that's. Oh, sorry. Then I would have to end concentration on this spell to keep it from hurting them.
You're free to kill them, but
I'm-
currently they have been cured essentially.
Al, cool.
Don't kill them. Don't kill them.
All right, I end the
I
concentration.
say
on the spell.
don't kill them. I think they're cured. Because
Yeah,
we can tell that they're
concentration.
visually. We can tell that they're stunned, right, Colin?
Yes, they are stunned.
Yeah.
The
So
wither and bloom
we can.
caught them.
Yeah. So we're good. She just happened to sacrifice a couple of them, which is that's on her.
Well, I kind of fucked them up a bit too. But what can you do?
Well, it happens.
Yeah, shit happens.
Also killed one.
Hey, Reed, what's your opinion on dodging a flame strike?
I mean, I'm prone
Look.
right now. At the very least, I'm prone, so I don't know if I can.
Okay, I'll cast Scorching Ray at a high level, so I can hit a bunch of these guys at once.
That's what you
I'll
want to
cast
do.
it as a 6th level spell. So that's 1, 2, 3, and then each slot above it, we make so it's 2 and 4 extra levels. So I made
Pew pew.
9.
Pew pew pew
So
pew.
I made 3 plus 3.
They're all one-shot
7.
minions, so.
7. So 7 rays are coming out. The first one hits.
Pew
Second one's a 28.
pew
Third one's a 19.
pew
Fourth one's a 14.
pew
Fifth one's an 18.
pew
And last one's an 18.
pew. They
I
most
think that was
cleared
9.
out.
Let's see. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. I got one more. Non-natural 20.
Pew. They're flying. They dying.
Yeah. They're flying and dying.
That's pretty much wiping them all out.
Yeah.
It feels like there's little need to go to Klaus. At the end, if
Do
you
it,
got,
Klaus.
there's one
Shoot him in
more.
the dick.
Oh, okay, so there's only like one left.
There's only
Okay.
one. They've been cleared out by AoEs.
Brain knife.
One shot minion. Pew! That kills the last one. Threatening Reed. As the wholesale slaughter, AoE slaughter of the zombies comes to an end.
Gone
The fungal
for
zombies.
incendiary cloud.
They weren't technically zombies. They're like fungal, weird humanoid animated things. As the final one falls, you can see that currently things quiet down for the most part, sort of die down a bit. You can still hear the sound of fighting echoing down the tunnels as the rebellion fights against these corrupted Thrycreen. However, Tildrick Thal sits stunned. As you look around, Alec Cool, seeing all of this fungus is currently corrupted. All the food in here is corrupted. You could theoretically try to go through and blight and wither and bloom it, but it would be a lot of work to do it. The easiest solution is, honestly, fire. You've worked out a way to, feed the hive and bolster relations. It
I
might,
pulled out.
but it might be. Unfortunately, some things are beyond saving.
Yeah, no, I agree. I take out a torch and I hold it out to Karakwa. It's like, can you give me a light, please?
It happens. It appears.
And I start going around touching the torch to the ground, lighting the food on fire.
Slowly, sadly, you set this the fungal and plant species in here alight, knowing that vile fungus is parasitic fungus has spread among it. It will regrow. There will be a day in the future that this is filled with clean and sort of sustaining food for you, but much like a forest may very well have to suffer through a fire for regrowth. It has been corrupted. And so you move from patch to patch, setting it alight as slowly, Tildrick Thal sort of comes to herself. Or comes to consciousness, although she, like the other one, is a little bit confused as to where she is. The parasite having sort of addled her brain.
I just say, follow me, and I bring her to the rest of them, or I send word to the rest of them, and I tell them to just all go to the atrium.
The atrium is a flurry of activity. As you're going through the tunnels, you can smell the smoke, as much like your room was set on fire, the other corrupted fungal growths were also set alight. 4 of the 6 that you had, with the 2 that had remained pure, now light. That being said, whenever you go up to the atrium, there's a different mood in the air. It's much calmer. There's the turmoil of the hive itself and things being on fire, but there's no longer this feeling of wrongness in the air. It's more of a feeling of sadness. As, you can see Khalees tends to the matron, who is still a bit addled. Tildrick Thal, however, does slowly come to her senses, looking to you to explain exactly, you and Khalees explain exactly what happened. But it is 9:36, so I don't feel the need to,
We can touch that up next week.
You can touch that up next week. You got the important thing. Next week you will finish this up and head to Parzula. That's when it might be useful for Ito to be here, because Zara Al-Din is there, and that is his character, so... Or I guess, I don't know, who knows if it's character, I don't fucking care at this point.
Who cares?
Who cares? But we'll do that next time, but you have successfully gone back to the hive and eradicated of the fungus, but you've also learned, Alakul, just how much even a little bit of, like I said, sand thrown into the gears can fuck with shit. And you know that your vampirism would certainly do that. Like I said, there's no going home from Alec Cool, but he can at very least help them in the future.
Yep.
And we'll end it there.